turn this down just a little bit down to right here. Okay, so we should be good to go. All right. Yeah, excellent. So, hey, if you're new to the channel, my name is ParaDiddlePete. I used to do music stuff. Now it's on a completely different channel. So if you came for that, you can go to Tapping with Tyler. Now I play video games and do tech stuff, and basically just kind of use this as an outlet in order to learn and do things that I think are cool and interesting. My channel doesn't really seem to have a real focus, and I guess that's okay. But anyway, what we're working on is the CompTIA, the Network Plus. The reason we're doing this is because I'm trying to get certified. I'm trying to get certified because I'm trying to de-Wi-Fi my house. I'm trying to learn as much as I possibly can about networking. I want to home lab. I want to have control over my data, my information. I want to be able to do these things. And I figured, you know what better way to do it than instead of just mindlessly looking at all these YouTube videos, why don't I just go ahead and get a baseline certification that gives me a firm foundation of knowledge, and then I can start trying to figure out how to do some of these things, because I didn't even know what a lot of this stuff was. So anyway, we are working on it. Today we are doing section number 3, which is network operations. We're going to look at the practice test. We'll look at the sections that I did the worst at that are in section 3, and then we will also look at the practice test after that. And that is what's going on with today. So if we go here and let's see here, go to my results. I did not play Donkey Kong Bonanza last night. If you were hoping for that, I need to get rid of that stream that was scheduled out to be last night. It wasn't working. My capture card wasn't working, and I decided to just lay in bed and play it by myself. Egad, I decided to play a game by myself. Okay, so network operations, I got 76 or 67%. So not too awful, but not good. Not good. The first one we worked on was 1, and we didn't really do 2. We just really kind of doubled down on 1 yesterday and on Monday. And now we're going to do number 3. Here we go. Refresher. And actually, I guess we should probably, well, we'll review what we did yesterday, maybe a little bit later. Not right now. Actually, no, let's review right now. So one of the things that we were talking about yesterday is subnetting. So let's go ahead. Let's look at this real quick. Ooh. Where is it at? No, this is some of the things talking about security with SD-WAN and SSE. It's a little bit further up. No, IEU 64 is turning a IP4 address into IP6 address, so that way it can communicate. There's a specific question that's up here that I want to just kind of review. Where is it? Jesus Christ. Oh, we're getting there. This is it. So this was the question. This is the thing that's in and okay, so just kind of review. Here is our IP address. Man, this is awful. Let's try doing this again. 192.168.1.0/25. So yesterday we learned that this thing right here is called the side something. I know there's I know there's a C and there's an R in it, but that stands for the abbreviation. There were 2 different things. One was the abbreviation, and one was the actual act of subnetting, which is something to do with VLANs. We'll go back and we'll review that here in a second. Oh, right here. VLSM. So subnetting is VLSM. When we have subnetting, we have 4 octets. 255. First octet is class A. 255. The second octet is class B. 255 is C, and then 255 is the point or the port. I believe that is correct. And since these are all octets, inside of each of these is 8 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Each one of these place values is a number. Those numbers are the amount of determines this number right here. So we have 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, and 128. Okay, depending on where there's a 1, you add those together, and that equals this number. So for instance, if I had a 1 right here, this would be 128. Sorry, 128. 128. 128. Subsequently, this is the number of overall bits, overall ones, that are in all of these. So if this is 255, that means there's 8 ones. This is 255, that means it's 8 ones. If this is 255, that means it's 8 ones. Plus this. So 8, 16, 64, 65. So then this right here would be 24. This would be 25. So that's what's going on. That's how these subnets work. Is each one of these is an octet. Each one of these has numbers. It's because these octets count for 2 different things. They count for this number and they account for this number, and it's determined on its value or the number of ones in the binary code. The number of ones that are the binary code form this. I have so many colors going on right now. And the value forms this. Okay, look at all these arrows and all these colors that are going on and all this stuff. Okay, now the last thing that we need to review about the subnetting is how many IP addresses are actually viable. How many can we actually use? So let's just kind of draw a line right here. It is going to be 2 to the power of 32 subtract, man, what is it? And why is it 32 again? It's 25. It's the number of bits. But why is it 32? I don't remember why it's 32. Subnet mask is a 32-bit number that is used to determine the scope. Oh, it's because of the octets. That's what's possible. 8 times 4. 8. Man. 8 times 4 equals 32. Because there's only 32 possible bits. This is how many bits we have right here. So that's why it's 32 minus 25, because 25 is the amount of bits that we have. 32 is the amount of bits that are possible. So that means that this whole bad boy equals 2 to the 7th power, because 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. That's 7. Okay, so 2 to the 7th power equals 64. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. Wait. It's not right. 128. So this right here is the number of IPs. So this is how we get IP addresses done. Okay, or sorry, this is how we subnet. There is a way to subnet a subnet. I'm not too worried about that. So this is what's going on with that. The other thing I would like to review just briefly is, can I just make a new one? No, I don't want to save. Is fiber and the different things of it. So just so we remember, anytime we see an S, X, the X means wavelength. Okay? Okay, X means wavelength. Wavelength will always be over 5 kilometers. Okay, it's always going to be over 5 kilometers. Anytime you see a, we'll do it in blue. Anytime you see an SR, the R means reach. Okay? Now, wavelength is always going to be single mode. Okay, single mode goes way farther. Okay, anytime you see reach, it's always going to be multi-mode. There's a few exceptions, like 1 or 2, but that's not a big deal. Okay, and then it is always going to be under 1K, minus 1 exception. So if we look here, we have X, we have wavelength, single mode, 5K. R, reach, multi-mode, 400 meters. R, reach, single mode. Oh, because it says long. It's not just wavelength. It also has to be long. It can be either wavelength or... No. Oh, man, I did all this wrong. Okay, I told you guys all wrong information. Dang it. It's when it says long. So LX, the length doesn't matter. The wavelength doesn't matter. What matters is that it says length. That's what that means. Or long. Okay. Sorry, I did this wrong. I'll do this correctly for you guys. So L means long. Long means over 5K. It also means single mode. Okay. So if we look over here, we have short multi-mode. Got it. Cool. Short wavelength multi-mode. Doesn't have long, doesn't have the things we need. So it's 500 meters. We have long wavelength. Long single mode 5K. Short reach, we have short and we have reach, multi-mode 400 meters. Long reach, so we have long, it should be single mode 10 kilometers. Okay, now this one's tricky, this is one of the exceptions, but it's in the name. Long reach multi-mode, even though it says long, it still says multi-mode. It's in the name. Okay, 200 meters. E is extended. Okay, so it can also be an E. Okay, single mode 40 kilometers. Z also means extended. Okay, single mode 80 kilometers. B is another exception, which is bidirectional, 10 kilometers, single mode. Extended, single mode. Extended, single mode. So far from what I've seen, anything that says long, extended, bidirectional, it's all single mode. Anything that is short or reach is multi-mode. And there's only one multi-mode that is 1K, or so it might be about 2K, which is an F, which is fast. So that's what's going on with that. Okay, that's our little review for today of that. Let's go ahead and now let's dive into it.
What is the primary reason for making a backup before performing a firmware update?
Primary reason, because it's smart. Interesting. Can I pull this out? Yes, I can. Sending data. Am I not connected to YouTube? No, I'm connected. That sending data just kind of is worrisome. There it goes. Okay, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, we're good. Okay, so what is the primary reason for making a backup before performing a firmware update? To increase the drive's storage capability? Nope. To prevent data loss in case of update failure? Yes. To speed up the update? No. To comply with legal? No.
A chief investment officer signed a preliminary agreement with a vendor to express an intent to work together. What kind of document did the chief investment officer sign?
Mandadorum. I can't say that word. Let's see here. Let me make sure I'm saying that correctly.
Non-disclosure agreement. I am sure memorandum of understanding.
Memorandum. Man, I got to get better at that. So mandarandum, still struggling with it, is a non-legal binding document. It's more of a sign of good faith saying we intend to do business with you. From what I understand, getting contracts and getting all the legality of it is takes a really long time. So it's more of a sign of good faith and a hand out saying, like, before we sign the contracts, because it's going to take a long time, we agree that we're going to do business.
Developers and manufacturers release security bulletins, version changes, and updates to prevent application compatibility problems resulting from service releases. Which of the following terms accurately defines this process?
I'm going to say patch management. Because it's releasing security bulletins. It's not a vulnerable, it's not scanning, it's not a file hash, it's not updating switch firmware. Yeah, there we go.
What does end-of-life EOL phase signify for a product?
Ooh, this is a hot topic right now because stop killing games, man. This is a big deal, and I'll let you know. If Stop Killing Games, well, it is getting attention. Like, they're already slandering the guy who's doing it. But Stop Killing Games, if it succeeds in any form or capacity, it will change the landscape of what digital ownership means, and it'll change a lot of things. So if you don't know what Stop Killing Games is, you should definitely go look into it. Even if you're not a gamer, you should go look into it. Because it's right up there with the right to repair. It will change the entire landscape. It's really, really big. Okay, anyway, so what does end of life phase signify? The product is peaked, the product is being launched, the product has received its final update, the product is no longer being sold.
A network administrator is setting up new address pools on a dynamic host configuration protocol DHCP server and is having difficulty remembering available Internet Protocol IP addresses. Which of the following would make the management of allocated IP addresses on the network easier?
I think it's an IPAM service. IPAM. I don't necessarily remember what that is. We're going to ask our good friend here. Okay.
Explanation. IPAM IP address management is a service that helps manage and track IP addresses on a network. It provides a centralized repository for IP address information, making it easier to manage and allocate IP addresses.
Okay, that makes
Why
sense.
IPAM? EPAM makes the management of allocated IP addresses on the network easier by providing a centralized repository. IPAM provides a single, centralized repository for IP address information, making it easier to manage and track IP addresses. Automating IP address allocation. IPAM can automate the allocation of IP addresses, reducing the risk of duplicate IP addresses and making it easier to manage IP address pools. Providing real-time visibility. IPAM provides real-time visibility into IP address usage, making it easier to identify available IP addresses and troubleshoot IP address-related issues. What about external DNS server? An external DNS server is used to resolve domain names to IP addresses, but it does not provide IP address management capabilities. What about NTP server? An NTP network time protocol server is used to synchronize clocks on network devices, but it does not provide IP address management capabilities.
Okay, that makes sense. Scope is an option that's configured in the DHCP settings. The scope is the amount of IP addresses that are going to be allowed. Let's look at a real-world example.
Real-world example. A company has a large network with multiple subnets and IP address pools. The network administrator uses an IPAM service to manage and track IP addresses on the network. The IPAM service provides a centralized repository for IP address information, automates IP address allocation, and provides real-time visibility into IP address usage. This makes it easier for the network administrator to manage allocated IP addresses on the network and troubleshoot IP address-related issues.
Awesome. Okay, that makes total sense. It is literally just an IP management system, and it's literally called IP address management system. Cool.
The Chief Information Officer canceled a contract with a third-party vendor as they refused to sign a contract to limit what uses of sensitive data are permitted, what storage and distribution restrictions to enforce, and what penalties to incur for breaches of the agreement. What kind of contract did the vendor fail to sign?
Sounds like an NDA to me. This is the memorandum. I don't remember what an AUP or an SLA is.
Refresher. 3.
Yeah. We're gonna look at this one too. NDA, non-disclosure agreement, is more specific than a DPA. I don't know what a DPA, data protection agreement.
A non-disclosure agreement, NDA, is a contract that restricts the use and disclosure of sensitive information, such as confidential business information or personal data.
Which is crazy because people be breaking NDAs left and right all the time. Everybody be getting put under NDAs and being quiet, and other people be not saying anything about it. And if that's not if that's not the proof that shows how powerful the Fifth Amendment is, because even if you're innocent, information that's leaked in certain instances can make you look guilty. So sometimes all you got to do is shut up, because any information that you have to add to the conversation can make you look worse. All right, let's keep going.
A data protection agreement, DPA, is a specific type of contract that outlines the terms and conditions for the processing of personal data, including what uses of sensitive data are permitted, what storage and distribution restrictions to enforce, and what penalties to incur for breaches of the agreement. Why NDA DPA? The vendor failed to sign a contract that would limit what uses of sensitive data are permitted, what storage and distribution restrictions to enforce, and what penalties to incur for breaches of the agreement. This suggests that the contract in question is a NDA or DPA, which are designed to protect sensitive information and ensure that it is handled in accordance with specific rules and regulations. What about AUP? An acceptable use policy, AOP.
You know, that's something you don't hear about. You don't hear about the penalties that people face when they break their NDAs. They just be breaking them.
Is a document that outlines the acceptable use of a company's IT resources, such as computers, networks, and internet access. While an AUP may include provisions related to data protection, it is not a contract that specifically addresses the use and disclosure of sensitive data. What about MOU?
So the AUP is like the service agreement that like Google or whoever's how they're gonna use your data. An acceptable use policy is a document that outlines the acceptable use of companies' IT resources, such as computers, network, and no, this is more like your company, like that you work for. While an AUP may include previous related to data protection, it is not contracted to specific addresses and disclose and sensitive data. So this is more of like how your company is going to use their technology.
A Memorandum of Understanding (MO) is a non-binding agreement that outlines the terms of a partnership or collaboration between two or more parties. While an MOU may include provisions related to data protection, it is not a contract that specifically addresses the use and disclosure of sensitive data. What about SLA? A service level agreement (SLA) is a contract that outlines the expected level of service quality, availability, and responsiveness of a service provider. While an SLA may include provisions related to data protection, it is not a contract that specifically addresses the use and disclosure of sensitive data. Real-world example. A company hires a third-party vendor to provide data processing services. As part of the contract, the company requires the vendor to sign a DPA that outlines the terms and conditions for the processing of personal data. The DPA includes provisions related to data protection, such as what uses of sensitive data are permitted, what storage and distribution restrictions to enforce, and what penalties to incur for breaches of the agreement. If the vendor refuses to sign the DPA, the company may cancel the contract to protect its sensitive data.
Okay, that all makes sense. So DPA and NDA are very similar. Except a NDA is a little bit more specific and specialized. Data protection agreement. Okay, or let's put it this way. A NDA is more like company based and more general. A DPA is more about data. This wasn't just about data. Data was only a part of it. So I bet you anything, an NDA and a DPA kind of go hand in hand. They're either inside of each other or they're separate documents when you have to sign them. Let's move on.
What kind of shows the architecture of a network without involving a precise layout based on a floor plan?
What kind of diagram shows the architecture of a network? Logical. A physical topology would show you like it'd be like a picture of like a building and another picture of a building, and then it would have like it would try to put it exactly where it's at or close to it. Baseline, I think baseline has to do with like processing power. Site survey, that's when you actually go to the place. Thank you. Site survey is when you actually go to the place and physically look at it to see what you're going to do. Yep. Let's ask our friend here to see what baseline is. See if I'm totally off. Because contrary to popular belief, I do get things wrong. We'll look at it in a second while it there it goes. My thread is getting too long.
A chief information officer needs to prepare a process for the purchase, maintenance, and decommissioning of assets in the company. The CIO wants to ensure properly supported equipment. What kind of roadmap would help the CIO accomplish this task?
System life cycle. Because it's the purchase, the birth, the maintenance, the during, and the decommission, the death. Okay, let's see. What is baseline?
A baseline diagram is a type of diagram that shows the initial configuration of a network, including the devices, systems, and connections. It is used as a reference point for future changes and upgrades. What about site survey?
So it has nothing to do with processing or anything. It's literally the baseline form of whatever devices and however the network was when it first started. And okay, it's kind of like a master list or master survey, I guess you could call it. Site survey, gathering information about a location during a physical layout. So like you literally go there and you survey the area. Okay, keep going.
In order to prevent application compatibility problems due to service releases, a network administrator needs to keep up to date with security bulletins, version changes, and updates released by developers and manufacturers. Which of the following options relates to this procedure?
That sounds like patch management. In order to prevent application compatibility problems due to service releases, a network administrator needs to keep up to date with security bulletins, version changes, and updates released by developers and It sounds like patch management. I can't imagine it being updating switch firmware. Vulnerability scanning, I mean, maybe. It's a stretch, though. And I don't really know what file hashing is, but I don't think that's it. Oh, okay. I was just taken back because we already had one where patch management was a thing. What is file hashing? Oh, sucks. You went outside. You went out. You went out. Boy, come on. There you go. Ooh, 16 seconds. Yeah, I need to get a new thread. Maybe I'll do that in a second. I know what patch management is. I want to know. File hashing is the process of creating a digital fingerprint for a file to verify its integrity. While file hashing is a useful security measure, it is not directly related to patch management. Okay, that makes total sense. I wonder how, this is just like an off the cuff question. How does file hashing relate to blockchain? Because blockchains deal with all those different hashes. There's a level of security that goes with it. I mean, that's why medical records, I mean, because blockchain's not a new technology, it's old. I mean, that's how banks work. That's how your medical records work. It's how all that stuff works. So I'm just curious. Not enough to like derail us, but
Company is
curious.
working to contract out its information technology needs to a third-party managed service provider. As part of the provider's onboarding practices, they run a report to identify and record all assets, their age, warranty, and performance. What type of report is this managed service provider completing?
Easy. It's an audit. So the baseline is like the master list of the base of what type of technology and network was there when it started. And it makes it easier to make changes. Service level agreement. We talked about that. Oh, service level agreement. It's up here. Here it is. This is service level agreement.
A service level agreement (SLA) is a contract that outlines the expected level of service quality, availability, and responsiveness of a service provider. While an SLA may include provisions related to data protection, it is not a
Okay. So it's the expectation of what the service is going to be. Okay, that makes sense. I have a service agreement with my internet provider because they say that they're going to do blank and blank and blank. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, logical network diagram. That's super easy. That's just a logical diagram for a logical topology. An audit is exactly as it says. You identify all records, assets, their age, their warranty. You're assessing how the value of all assets with all of its different variables.
A recent change to the company's device management system caused an issue, breaking employees' access to corporate email on their work cell phones. What kind of policy could the company implement to mitigate future issues?
Sorry, I was thinking about other things. Can we read that again? A recent change in the company's device management system caused an issue, breaking employee access to corporate email on their cell phones. What kind of policy could the company implement to mitigate this? Bring your own device policy. It's not going to be an onboarding issue. It's not going to be a change of management issue. It's not going to be a DLP. What's a DLP? Oh, well, crap. I'm wrong. Okay, I guess we'll come back to it.
A company is developing a new office and has tasked the information technology department with creating a document to show where their electrical vendor needs to run electrical and internet cabling throughout the office. What kind of diagram would best accomplish this?
So does an electrical vendor run electrical wires and internet wires in a building? Does that fall on the electrician? I feel like it shouldn't. I don't know. I don't know enough about building a house, like the infrastructure of like how that works in terms of business. I would think that you would want to run, because it would just make more sense. You would want to run the Ethernet cables throughout the house right next to the electrical cables. However, in order to not get crosstalk and get interference, what I would do is make sure that they're all twisted, shielded cables. And honestly, I would even put it in some type of shielded piping. That would be like some type of plastic PVC piping or something, just for extra protection. And then it would also make it really easy to change out wires. This is a floor plan, by the way.
What role does a change advisory board CAB play in change management? It documents the need for change. It creates the request for change RFC documents. It implements the changes directly. It approves major or significant changes.
I'm going to say it approves. So what does the role of a change advisory board play in change management? I'm going to say that it approves significant changes. I don't know. It's either it's one of these two. It's either going to create the request for change, or it's going to approve major and significant changes. Okay. I want to know how it relates to these other things. I want to know. Can you show me? You know, I don't really hear too much about Tarzan, the Disney movie. Maybe because it was kind of like a one-off. There's not like a princess or anything like that. And if anything, like, he fights gorillas. What a hoss Tarzan was. He fought a silverback gorilla and won.
It approves major or significant changes. Explanation. A change advisory board CAB is a group of stakeholders who review and approve changes to a system, process, or infrastructure. The CAB plays a crucial role in change management by ensuring that changes are properly assessed, planned, and implemented. Role of the CAB. The CAB is responsible for reviewing and approving changes. The CAB reviews requests for change RFCs and determines whether they are feasible, necessary, and aligned with business objectives. Assessing risk and impact. The CAB assesses the potential risks and impacts of changes on the business, customers, and stakeholders. Ensuring proper planning. The CAB ensures that changes are properly planned, including identifying resources, timelines, and budgets. Coordinating with stakeholders. The CAB coordinates with stakeholders to ensure that changes are communicated and implemented effectively. Why is the CAB important? The CAB is important because it ensures that changes are properly vetted. The CAB ensures that changes are thoroughly reviewed and approved before they are implemented. Reduces risk. The CAB helps to identify and mitigate potential risks associated with changes. Improves communication. The CAB ensures that stakeholders are informed and engaged throughout the change process. What about the other options? Documenting the need for change. This is typically done by the person or team requesting the change, not the CAB. Creating the request for change RFC documents. This is typically done by the person or team requesting the change, not the CAB.
That makes sense.
Implementing the changes directly. The CAB does not implement changes directly. Instead, it approves and oversees the implementation of changes. Real-world example? A company's IT department wants to upgrade its database management system. The IT team submits a request for change RFC to the CAB, which reviews the request and assesses the potential risks and impacts. The CAB approves the change and ensures that it is properly planned and implemented.
Okay. Sounds like a bunch of bureaucracy to me.
A help desk technician is working with a sysadmin to clean up old servers and network equipment in their tech closet. A help desk technician is having issues finding which server is the one that needs decommissioning. What kind of diagram would help the technician find the correct server?
It's either gonna... No, it's gonna be rack. It's gotta be rack. Yeah, floor is for, like, electrical. Alright, let's do the next one.
What kind of agreement helps shield both the customer and vendor from legal risk and enforces a standard for what the customer should expect from a vendor?
A service level agreement. We already talked about that. Acceptable use. What is acceptable use? Actually. See what it says. We already know that it's the service level agreement, defining the service expectations, establishing accountability, reducing risk. Okay, we already know what the mandorandum. I can't say that word to save my life. Okay. Let's talk about this.
What about acceptable use? An acceptable use policy, AUP, is a document that outlines the rules and guidelines for using a service or system. While an AUP is important for establishing expectations for user behavior, it is not a contract between the customer and vendor, and does not provide the same level of protection as an SLA. What about security? A security agreement is a contract between a customer and vendor that outlines the security measures and protocols in place to protect sensitive data. While a
okay, so this is the security policy that, like, every tech company has, and says, "Hey, we've never sold your stuff. We take privacy very seriously, and other than the NSA and CIA, FBI, and the government as general, we're never gonna give your information to anybody." Like, yeah, okay. But the acceptable use policy is a document that outlines the rules and guidelines for using a service or system. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, so how does the acceptable use agreement, how does that play in part with... Okay, is that where you're going to be? That's fine. You can lay there, but don't lay on my keyboard. How does this relate to, like, Nintendo's licensing and all of the issues that are going on? Very, very interesting. We're not going to dive into it because there's other things that we got to do, obviously. But we should probably have a stream one day where we kind of dive harder into what does it mean to digital ownership, the acceptable use. Because this also goes in line with, like, modding your own crap, and how the Switch 2 is bricking people's Switches because they modded it a little bit. Thanks, babe. Don't tell her. Now I have 2 T's. Okay. Anyway, come on, Manu. I know this is where you want. All right. Next question.
What is the primary purpose of configuration management processes in network appliances?
Not gonna lie, we're kind of flying through this.
To enhance the graphical user interface of network management tools, to increase the processing speed of devices, to reduce the cost of network maintenance, to ensure all network appliances are in a known state.
I think it's to ensure that all network appliances are in a known state. What is the primary purpose of configuring management processes on network appliances. I would be shocked if that's not right. Yeah, okay.
A recent change to the company's device management system caused an issue, breaking employees' access to corporate email on their work cell phones. What kind of policy could the company implement to mitigate future issues?
I wish I could grab it without it having all of that extra bull crap. Okay, we already know this. I want to know what DLP is. And I want a real world example. Minimizes downtime, reducing errors. Okay, maybe there's a little bit more of an explanation than I thought. Man, my thread's getting long.
Explanation. A change management policy is a set of procedures and guidelines that help organizations manage changes to their systems, applications, and infrastructure. Implementing a change management policy can help mitigate future issues by ensuring thorough testing. Changes are thoroughly tested before they are implemented to minimize the risk of errors or issues. Assessing impact. Changes are assessed for their potential impact on the organization, including the potential for disruptions to critical services like email. Communicating with stakeholders. Changes are communicated to stakeholders, including employees, to ensure that everyone is aware of the changes and any potential impacts. Providing a rollback plan. A rollback plan is in place to quickly revert to a previous version of the system or application if issues arise. Why change management? A change management policy is essential for minimizing downtime. By thoroughly testing changes and assessing their impact, organizations can minimize downtime and reduce the risk of disruptions to critical services. Reducing errors. By following a structured process for implementing changes, organizations can reduce the risk of errors and issues. Improving communication. By communicating changes to stakeholders, organizations can ensure that everyone is aware of the changes and any potential impacts. What about DLP? A data loss prevention DLP policy is a set of procedures and guidelines that help organizations protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, use, or disclosure. While a DLP policy is essential for protecting sensitive data, it is not directly related to managing changes to systems, applications, and infrastructure.
Okay, and then we have bring your own device policy, set of procedures and guidelines to govern the use of personal devices. Okay, which is not what it was. It was a change policy because it wasn't their personal cell phones, it was their work cell phones. Let's see what it has to say real quick.
A documented change management process minimizes the risk of unscheduled downtime by implementing changes in a planned and controlled way.
And then DLP.
Bring your own device BIOD is data loss prevention. DLP is a software solution that detects and prevents sensitive information from being stored on unauthorized systems or transmitted over unauthorized networks. Onboarding is the process
of welcoming new employees.
Following a set of procedures to ensure changes to the corporate information technology environment do not adversely affect the availability of those resources.
I feel like change management's been the answer to a lot of them.
A network engineer reset a switch back to factory settings and is trying to set up the device again. However, the engineer does not remember what settings need configuring.
Baseline.
What kind of configuration did the engineer not reset?
Baseline. This is a crappy question. I remember this question because the very end of it makes it sound like it's asking something completely different. Makes it sound like he forgot to do something. However, the engineer does not remember what settings needs configuring. What configurations did the engineer not reset? This is a really, really crappy question. It's baseline because the baseline's never reset. The baseline is like literally the fundamental line of where everything's at, so that way you can always go back to it. And usually it's like written down somewhere else. It's not just like a setting somewhere. Like it is like a snapshot. It is something that's somewhere else, so that way you can always set it back to it.
A company requested a sysadmin to set up a plan in case of issues arising from systems going down. Part of that plan involves procedures to bring the system back online, restore data, and how to communicate that issue and its resolution to the company. What kind of plan would best define what the sysadmin needs to set up?
Ooh. In case of issues arising from system going down. I'm going to say incident. Yep.
A recent change to the company's device management system caused an issue, breaking employees' access to corporate email on their work cell phones.
Work cell
What
phones.
kind of policy could the company implement to mitigate future issues?
You gotta find those keywords, man. You gotta find those keywords. Work cell phone. All right. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I did pretty good. I feel like I'm really learning this stuff. Look at my stats. Look how ridiculous this is. So most learners get 97%. I got 100%. Most learners, all learners, are about 4 hours and 2 minutes. I'm 37 hours in. Starting knowledge for most people is 43%. I was at 21. Refreshers taken 41. Average person 7.8. Whoo! Those stats are wild. All right, here we go. I have a feeling this one's not going to be as easy.
Smart power distribution units, PDUs, are mounted and networked in each rack enclosure in a small data center. Management would like to keep track of the power data and feed it to an analytical application. However, the data must be encrypted in transit. How can the network team secure the power data in transit? Select 2.
Okay, configure a private VLAN. That's for sure. Enable dynamic ARP inspection. Enable and configure in SNPv3. I don't know what the second one is. I'm going to say this one because I don't think it has anything to do with RawGuard, which I'm now realizing that I don't actually know what that is, or ARP inspection. I don't really think that there is anything that's an ARP inspection. Okay, well, since I guessed, we're going to ask our buddy over here. It's good. Donkey Kong's good. Yeah, people are saying that it's a game of the year contender.
The Last of Us Part 2, Red Dead Redemption, and then fucking
Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Where they had the banana eater, the banana energy.
Yeah. I know. Well, and then last night when we were playing it, made it sound like there's a story, like there's an actual plot.
Super Mario Galaxy 2 is on here too.
Well, and I was thinking last night too, like, Japan does really good with making a main character not talk and somehow be the main character. I mean, if you think about it, like every Godzilla movie's like that.
Zelda's like that.
And that's one of the reasons. That's one of my main critiques with like the Godzilla from America is that they humanize the monsters. And like, I mean, it's still cool. I still like it, but they don't. But they like. They have way more emotion. Like Donkey Kong is like last night when.
And Kong had like a moral. He had morals.
Yes, yeah, he had like morals, and then there was like this. There were moments of character development for the monster. Like Kong fought all those other apes, and he had the little ape, and he attacked him, and he earned the trust, and like he became the new Kong king, or whatever. And it's like, I don't know. Yeah, he's a monster. I don't know. But same thing with Donkey Kong. Like, the main conflict with the main bad guy was the main bad guy and Pauline.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong. She's like, I'm going with DK, and DK is like, like I like bananas. Yeah, and he's like, It's like, will you help me, DK? Well, yeah, I guess so. Like,
I'm looking for bananas anyway, so
Yeah.
one win.
so I don't know how they do that because it's good. It's really good. Like, Link doesn't need to talk,
No,
and yet somehow.
he's the main character in the story.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought that was funny.
I think it makes the world better.
Because you have to pay attention to everything else.
Mm-hmm. Because it's like they're the main character, but the world doesn't revolve around them. I mean, I guess Godzilla, the world still revolves around Godzilla, but the story is more about them fighting.
Well, I don't know, because you liked one of them. You liked because you saw like conflict of the world, and like Godzilla was there. I don't remember which one
That was Godzilla Shin, and I think it won an Oscar or an Emmy or something.
See,
like.
so you liked that.
Yeah, but Godzilla wasn't the main. Well,
That's what I'm
he
saying,
was the main character.
Right, but like everything was happening around him, and he was just like rah rah rah.
It's like they're a force.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's like the protagonist was the war,
Mm-hmm.
and you were just looking at everybody else, but that was the protagonist.
Yeah.
Was the war.
But no, I mean it was really fun, and yeah, I played probably way too long last night.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your stuff, but I just thought
It's okay.
you're kidding me.
Yeah. It's really good. That's good because I saw a few IGN things that they said about Donkey Kong, and I was like, you haven't played this game. You very clearly have no idea what's going on. I don't remember what it said, but I read like the first title and like few sentences. I was like, you didn't play the game. Bye. So, okay, I'm gonna get back to this.
Explanation. To secure the power data in transit, the network team can use the following methods. Enable and configure only SNMP v3. SNMP v3 Simple Network Management Protocol version 3 provides encryption and authentication mechanisms to secure data in transit. By enabling and configuring only SNMP v3, the network team can ensure that the power data is encrypted and authenticated before it is transmitted over the network. Configure a private VLAN. A private VLAN PVLAN is a type of LAN that isolates traffic from other VLANs and prevents unauthorized access. By configuring a private VLAN, the network team can ensure that the power data is isolated from other traffic on the network and is transmitted securely.
Okay. A private LAN is a type of VLAN that isolates traffic from other VLANs? Isn't the whole point of a VLAN that it isolates traffic from other VLANs? I mean, this part, and it prevents unauthorized access. That makes sense. Anyway.
Why not set up an RA guard? RA Guard Router Advertisement Guard is a security feature that prevents unauthorized routers from sending router advertisements on a network. While RA Guard can help prevent some types of attacks, it is not directly related to encrypting data in transit. Why not enable Dynamic ARP Inspection? Dynamic ARP Inspection (DI) is a security feature that prevents ARP spoofing attacks by inspecting ARP packets and verifying their authenticity. While DI can help prevent some types of attacks, it is not directly related to encrypting data in transit. Real-world example. A data center has multiple racks with smart PDUs that need to transmit power data to an analytical application. The network team enables and configures only SNMP v3 to encrypt and authenticate the power data in transit. Additionally, they configure a private VLAN to isolate the power data from other traffic on the network. By using these two methods, the network team can ensure that the power data is transmitted securely and is protected from unauthorized access.
Okay, so the big thing I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure I knew what SNMP v3 is. And I wanted to know what raw guard was, which we figured that out. So it's enabled and configured only. It's a simple network management protocol version 3. It just enables encryption so that way data can be authenticated before transmitted over the network. And then the raw guard is actually meant for your router to make sure that your router is it prevents unauthorized routers from sending routing advertisements onto the network. So it's not really for your routers per se, but it's for the routers in general. Okay.
A security analyst is using a method to aggregate logs from multiple sources. This tool can provide a long-term retention function and be used to demonstrate regulatory compliance. What is this method called?
Buddy, I'm not gonna know. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. So a security analyst is using a method to aggregate logs. So an aggregate means to combine, to like cluster together. Business impact analysis from multiple sources. This tool, security analyst is using a method to combine logs, to collect logs from multiple sources. I'm going to say security information and event management only because it said security analyst and it's trying to collect it together. All right. But I don't know what these other things are, so we're going to ask our buddy over here. And if this takes forever and a half again, then I'll just make a new thread. To 3 seconds. Jesus.
Explanation. Security Information and Event Management, SIEM, is a method of aggregating logs from multiple sources to provide a comprehensive view of an organization's security posture. SIEM systems can collect, store, and analyze log data from various sources, such as firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and servers. Why SIEM? SIEM is useful for log aggregation. SIEM systems can collect logs from multiple sources, making it easier to manage and analyze log data. Long-term retention. SIEM systems can store log data for long periods of time, which is useful for demonstrating regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance. SIEM systems can help organizations demonstrate compliance with regulatory requirements by providing a centralized repository of log data. Security monitoring. SIEM systems can provide real-time monitoring of security events, allowing organizations to respond quickly to security incidents. What about business impact analysis, BIA? Business impact analysis, BIA, is a method of assessing the potential impact of a disaster or disruption on an organization's business operations. While BIA is an important tool for business continuity planning, it is not directly related to log aggregation or security monitoring. What about Privileged Access Management, PAM? Privileged Access Management, PAM, is a method of managing and controlling access to sensitive systems and data. While PAM is an important tool for security, it is not directly related to log aggregation or security monitoring. What about Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures, CVE? Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures, CVE, is a database of publicly known security vulnerabilities and exposures. While CVE is an important resource for security professionals, it is not a method of aggregating logs or demonstrating regulatory compliance. Real-world example: a security analyst is responsible for monitoring the security posture of a large organization. The analyst uses a SIEM system to aggregate logs from multiple sources, including firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and servers. The SIEM system provides a comprehensive view of the organization's security posture and allows the analyst to respond quickly to security incidents. The SIEM system also provides long-term retention of log data, which is useful for demonstrating regulatory compliance.
All right. It's good stuff. Next one.
A sysadmin is trying to understand what is causing the company's virtual private network connections to fail. What kind of log would help the sysadmin track down the issue?
A syslog. A syslog is a log that keeps track of any type of things that go up or down, any type of failures, any type of things that shut off. It monitors all of that stuff. We'll talk about what a
corporation implements the Simple Network Management Protocol, SNMP, to oversee and manage its networked systems, including routers, switches, and printers. For effective SNMP operation, a component must be installed on each device. Where are the data and operational metrics of each managed device compiled and stored?
I'm pretty sure it's a trap. If it's not trap, it's MIB. Actually. So what a trap is, it's a device that you connect in the network itself. It's physical, as far as I know. And it intercepts packets. I think you can use it in conjunction with Wireshark. No. Okay, we're going to come back. I don't know. I don't know what that one is.
A new switch has a better ability to handle data transfer than a previous switch to prevent it from being overloaded. An overloaded router can cause a problem with what process?
Sending and receiving traffic. So you would think originally that'd be speed, but since it had /duplex settings, no. Total bandwidth is a good contender, but bandwidth doesn't fully fit because the overloaded router can cause problems with what process. Bandwidth is what the information is going on, but the process is sending and receiving information. So the process is the key word here.
What is the purpose of configuration monitoring in network management?
What is the purpose of configuration monitoring?
To track the number of users on the network, to increase the storage capacity of network devices, to monitor changes to a device's production configuration, to ensure all network devices are operating at maximum speed.
What is the purpose of configuration monitoring in network? Monitoring changes to a device production. I think it's this one. No, we'll come back.
A network engineer suggests using a packet sniffer to capture traffic for troubleshooting purposes. What configuration on a switch allows for this capability? Select 2.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I can see why I got so many of these wrong. Port tagging, switch port analyzer, port security. Honestly, I don't know. Oh, buddy.
As the head of IT security for a financial institution, you are responsible for safeguarding the integrity and security of the bank's network infrastructure. Given the sensitive nature of financial data and the regulatory requirements for data protection, you decide to enhance your security posture by implementing a robust configuration monitoring strategy. This strategy is aimed at ensuring that all network devices remain in compliance with the bank's security policies and that any unauthorized changes are detected and addressed promptly. Which of the following actions would be most effective in achieving a comprehensive configuration monitoring strategy for the bank's network devices? Select 2. Implement a change management process that requires all configuration changes to be approved by the IT security team before being applied.
Okay, I know schools that have done this. And yes, in the broad sense of things, it is very safe because everything now has to go through the IT team, the IT security team. And they will dub whether or not it is good or not. But it is a pain. It's a pain in the butt. It slows down work considerably. And the only schools that I know that have done this, I don't know any companies, I only know schools. The only schools that I know that have done this are ones with really stupid teachers, really stupid staff that struggle with even turning on a computer, and they're tired of malware attacks. Okay, let's keep going. This is not the answer. This is not the answer. This is like, I'm at my wit's end, and this is what I'm going to do.
Regularly generate and review reports that highlight any changes made to the production configuration of network devices compared to the baseline configuration.
Okay, compared to the baseline configuration. We know what baseline is now. Baseline is like the original start, how the network is supposed to be set up. It's like the master mold. Okay? So regularly generate and review reports. So could be. I could see that. Sure.
As the head of IT,
no.
Install additional antivirus software on all network devices to prevent unauthorized changes.
So that sounds really good. However, we want shown data and the regular requirements of the data protection. You decide to enhance the security by implementing a robust configuration monitoring system. We want a monitoring system, not prevention.
Question.
God, I hate when it does that.
Use tools capable of identifying line-by-line differences between the production and
Yes.
baseline configurations of network devices.
So a tool that is capable of identifying line-by-line differences between the protocol baseline and the configuration. So something that's going to say, here's the baseline, here's what it is, yes, 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 no, these two things do not match up. All right. We're going to ask our good friend Llama 3 here. I'm going to spill my tea and I'm going to be upset. Okay, and while it does that, we're going to read this.
The SNMP agent maintains a database called a Management Information Base, MIB, that holds statistics relating to the activity of the device, such as the data and operational metrics of each managed device. An agent's MIB on a device refers to each parameter stored in it by a numeric object identifier OID. A tree structure stores the OIDs. An SNMP monitor can retrieve information from MIBs using GET, where the software queries the agent for a single OID. The monitor uses this command to perform regular polling. An SNMP monitor can retrieve information from MIBs using TRAP, where the agent informs the monitor of a notable event. The threshold for triggering traps can be set for each value.
Okay, so MIB, the OID, the OID, and the trap, they're all connected. The only one that wasn't connected that didn't say anything was the GET. Okay, anyway, so MIB, Management Information Base, that holds statistics related to the activity of the device, such as the data and operational metrics of each device. An agent of this refers to the parameters, first the object identifier. Okay, let's see what this has to say.
Explanation. In SNMP, the data and operational metrics of each managed device are compiled and stored in a Management Information Base, MIB. A MIB is a database that contains a collection of managed objects, which are used to represent the characteristics and behavior of a managed device. What is a MIB? A MIB is a hierarchical database that contains a collection of managed objects, which are used to represent the characteristics and behavior of a managed device. Each managed object in the MIB has a unique identifier, known as an object identifier OID, which is used to identify and access the object. How does a MIB work? A MIB is used by an SNMP agent, which is a software component that runs on a managed device. The SNMP agent is responsible for collecting and storing data in the MIB, as well as responding to SNMP requests from a network management system, NMS. What about OID? An OID object identifier is a unique identifier that is used to identify a managed object in a MIB. While an OID is an important component of a MIB, it is not the location where data and operational metrics are compiled and stored. What about GET? GET is an SNMP protocol operation that is used to retrieve data from a managed device. While GET is an important part of SNMP, it is not the location where data and operational metrics are compiled and stored. What about TRAP? TRAP is an SNMP protocol operation that is used to send unsolicited notifications from a managed device to an NMS. While TRAP is an important part of SNMP, it is not the location where data and operational metrics are compiled and stored. Real-world example. A corporation implements SNMP to oversee and manage its networked systems, including routers, switches, and printers. The corporation uses a MIB to compile and store data and operational metrics for each managed device. The MIB is used by an SNMP agent, which runs on each managed device, to collect and store data. The corporation's NMS uses SNMP to retrieve data from the MIB and to receive notifications from managed devices.
I'm not gonna lie, this is boring. This part of the information, it's just boring. It's not as cool and flashy because it's not as hands-on as like trying to figure out like the wires or the subnet or something like that. This stuff's kind of boring, but it's got to get learned. Ugh. Okay, the MIB is okay. Let's read this just one more time.
A MIB is a hierarchical database that contains a collection of managed objects, which are used to represent the characteristics and behavior of a managed device. Each managed object in the MIB has a unique identifier, known as an object identifier OID, which is used to identify and access the object.
Okay, and what is GET again? GET is an SNMP protocol operation that is used to retrieve data from the managed device. While GET is an important part of SNMP, man, that sucks. It is not the location where data is operational metrics are compiled. So GET is just the protocol to retrieve. That makes sense. OID is an object identifier. Okay, and it's OID is a name. It's a title. There's a lot of OIDs. MIB has the unique identifier known as an OID, which is used to identify access points. Okay, that makes sense. A tree structure stores the OIDs. Yeah, so there's more than one OIDs. So an MIB is the what does it stand for again? Management Information Base. So MIB is the Management Information Base, and it holds the OIDs. GET is the protocol to retrieve the stuff like the OIDs, and TRAP is the protocol operation that is used to send unsolicited notifications from a managed device to a NMS. While TRAP is important part, okay. Yeah. We'll learn more about traps in a second. They're gonna come up again.
What is the purpose of configuration monitoring in network management?
What is the purpose of configuration monitoring in network management? To ensure all networks are operating at max speed. Man. Okay.
Configuration monitoring is essential for maintaining the integrity and security of network devices. By tracking changes to the production configuration, IT teams can quickly identify unauthorized or erroneous modifications that could compromise network performance or security. This proactive monitoring helps ensure that devices remain in their intended state, aligned with organizational policies and standards. It also facilitates rapid troubleshooting by highlighting recent changes that may have led to issues.
Okay. That makes sense. To ensure all network devices are operating at max speed, that's the purpose of configuration monitoring, not to monitor changes on a device production configuration. Wait, no, I had that backwards. I said that backwards. Damn it. Ugh. Okay. So what is the purpose of configuration monitoring and network management? To monitor changes to the device production configuration. This is what I thought it was, which is why I said I thought it made sense. Okay. Okay. So the purpose of configuration monitoring is to monitor the changes to a device's production configuration. Let's read this again now that I'm thinking the right thing.
Configuration monitoring is essential for maintaining the integrity and security of network devices. By tracking changes to the production configuration, IT teams can quickly identify unauthorized or erroneous modifications that could compromise network performance or security. This proactive monitoring helps ensure that devices remain in their intended state, aligned with organizational policies and standards. It also facilitates rapid troubleshooting by highlighting recent changes that may have led to issues. Ensuring devices operate at maximum speed is more directly related to performance tuning and optimization, rather than configuration monitoring. Configuration monitoring focuses on the consistency and security of device settings. Tracking the number of users...
That's the key right there. Configuration monitoring focuses on the consistency and security of device settings. Has nothing to do with max speed. Okay, this is why it's so important that you have to be engaged with what you're doing 100% of the time. It's hard, it sucks, and it's mentally draining, but you have to. Otherwise, one, I would have told you guys the wrong information. Two, I would have told me the wrong information. Okay, I had no idea what the answer to this was. So we're going to get rid of that, 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 get rid of that. Okay, let's read the question.
A network engineer suggests using a packet sniffer to capture traffic for troubleshooting purposes. What configuration on a switch allows for this capability? Select 2.
So what allows a packet sniffer to capture traffic? A port, a switch port analyzer, and port mirroring. What do you got to say for yourself?
By default, sniffing of unicast traffic by hosts attached to the same switch is prevented. Port mirroring copies all packets sent to one or more source ports to a mirror or destination port. There are circumstances in which capturing and analyzing network traffic is a legitimate activity. This capability can be configured on a Cisco switch and referred to as a switched port analyzer span.
Now, I was under the impression that a trap was a physical device that you put to help do this, but maybe I'm wrong.
Explanation. To capture traffic for troubleshooting purposes, a packet sniffer needs to be able to see all the traffic that is passing through the switch. Two configurations on a switch that allow for this capability are Switched Port Analyzer Span. Span is a feature that allows a switch to copy all the traffic from one or more ports to a single port, where it can be captured by a packet sniffer. This allows the packet sniffer to see all the traffic that is passing through the switch without having to be connected to each individual port. Port mirroring. Port mirroring is a feature that allows a switch to copy all the traffic from one port to another port, where it can be captured by a packet sniffer. This is similar to span, but it is typically used to mirror the traffic from a single port, rather than multiple ports. Why not port tagging? Port tagging is a feature that allows a switch to add a VLAN tag to traffic that is passing through a port. This is used to identify the VLAN that the traffic belongs to, but it does not allow a packet sniffer to capture all the traffic that is passing through the switch. Why not port security? Port security is a feature that allows a switch to restrict access to a port based on the MAC address of the device that is connected to it. This is used to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to the network, but it does not allow a packet sniffer to capture all the traffic that is passing through the switch. Real-world example. A network engineer needs to troubleshoot a network issue and wants to use a packet sniffer to capture traffic. The engineer configures a switch to use span to copy all the traffic from multiple ports to a single port, where the packet sniffer is connected. Alternatively, the engineer could configure the switch to use port mirroring to copy all the traffic from a single port to another port, where the packet sniffer is connected. By using one of these configurations, the engineer is able to capture all the traffic that is passing through the switch and use it to troubleshoot the network issue.
Okay.
What technology gathers only traffic flow data and reports it to a structured database?
What technology only gathers traffic flow data? Not DNS. That is how we translate between IP addresses and domain names. Not SNP. Crap, I cannot remember what SNP is. But I know it's not that. DHCP server, that's giving out private IP addresses. It's got to be NetFlow. Oh, it also has the word flow in it. Okay, so what is SNP? I feel like I forget what SNP is all the time. I just want to know what SNP is. I always want to say that it has to deal with mail. Anytime I see an M, I think it deals with mail. Okay, we know what that is. Simple Network Management Protocol. This protocol is used to manage the monitor network device. Oh, and monitor network devices, while SNP can capture some. Here, let's what do we got? Tell me what SNP is so that way I never get it wrong ever again.
SNMP, or Simple Network Management Protocol, is an application layer protocol within the TCP/IP suite designed for managing and monitoring devices on an IP network. It's widely used in network management and is supported by various devices like routers, switches, servers, workstations, printers, and even IoT devices. Here's a breakdown of how SNMP works and its key components. Components. SNMP Manager Network Management System, NMS, the central station responsible for overseeing the network. It communicates with SNMP agents to collect data, query devices, configure settings, and receive alerts. SNMP agent, software residing on managed devices, routers, switches, servers, etc., that collects device-specific information, stores it in a management information base (MIB), and responds to requests. From the SNMP manager.manage devices, the network devices and services on which SNMP agents run, providing metrics. For monitoring and management information base (MIB), a hierarchical database on the agent that defines the data objects and variables related to the device's status and configuration that can be queried or controlled via SNMP. Object identifiers, OIDs, within the MIB uniquely identify these objects.
Okay. So, SNP Manager is a simple network manager system. Simple network management. Oh, it's a protocol. Simple network manager protocol is a network manager system. Centralized. Okay, it communicates with the SNMP agents. An SNMP agent is a software reciting and management systems, router, switches, servers, stored in the management information base. So all information stored here, and then that's where the OIDs come in. So it's all linked together. Traps. Agents can also send asynchronous SNMP trap messages to the manager to alert it of significant events such as errors, failures, and exceeding predefined thresholds. Oh, good, because we know how good I am at ports. Simple network management protocol. Has nothing to do with mail.
An organization is using the Simple Network Management Protocol (SNMP) for remote management and monitoring of servers and network appliances, and must deploy an agent to each device. Where are the statistics relating to the activity of each device kept?
The statistics are kept in the MIB. Okay, it's starting to make sense.
What does an availability monitor check for in an HTTP service to confirm availability?
Oh, 404 means it doesn't exist. 300, 200, 500. Okay, so here are our choices. One means 302, 400, or 500. One of them means that the server is down. One of them means that it can't be found. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It means that it can't be found. Can't remember what the other one is. What does an availability monitor check for HTTP service to confirm availability? I think it's 302. Nope. We'll circle back around.
A sysadmin is looking to monitor the network devices by pulling data off of them remotely. What kind of network equipment functionality can the sysadmin use to accomplish this?
That's SMTP. Sorry, I just saw your chat. Not a lot of people chat, so it's hard for me to keep to it. I apologize. Sysadmin is looking to monitor the network device. Try by pulling data off of them remotely. What kind of network equipment functionality can the sysadmin accomplish by doing this? SNMP trap. Sysadmin is looking to monitor the network devices by pulling data off of it remotely. I think it's not going to be giant or runt or baselines. It's got to be this. Yeah.
During a security audit, it was discovered that an organization's network devices were configured with SNMP v2c using default community strings. The auditor recommended enhancing the security of SNMP communications. What is the most effective measure the organization should take following this audit?
Upgrade to SNMP v3 and configure it with all the authentication private mode. auth priv mode. Yeah. It's the only logical one. All the other stuff didn't make sense. It's funny.
What is the primary objective of implementing configuration monitoring within a network management framework?
Okay, what is the primary objective of implementing configuration monitoring within a network management framework? To monitor changes to a device production configuration. Yes, it has nothing to do with speed. Has nothing to do with storage. Has nothing to do with tracking the number of users on the network.
Which of the following is a function that copies packets sent from one or more source ports to a destination port?
Which of the following is a function that copies packets sent from one or more that copies packets sent from one or more source ports to its destination port? Spanning tree is a topology. Might be port mirroring. Bridge protocol. Ugh, cat, you're getting fat. Switch loops. Bridge protocol data unit. It's got to be port mirroring, right? No, you can't do that on my keyboard. No, you're gonna ruin everything. Stop. You're gonna spill my tea. God, you're destroying everything. Stop. Cat, just lay down.
What is the primary function of an availability monitor?
Boy, you better lay down. What is the primary function of availability monitor? To manage network bandwidth, update digital certificates, to increase the speed of service, to trigger an alarm of service unscheduled downtime. Yes. Availability monitor. This is one of those ones where it sounds different than what it actually is. It is monitoring any time unscheduled downtime is happening, because if there's unscheduled downtime, that means things become available. Yes. Okay, we don't need to ask our buddy here. This should be sufficient.
A 200 status code indicates that an HTTP request has succeeded, which is what an availability monitor looks for to confirm that a service.
Okay. 200 means it succeeded. So you don't ever see the 200 status code because that means it worked.
Is available. A 404 status code indicates that the requested resource could not be found, which would suggest unavailability. A 500 status code indicates an internal server error, also suggesting a problem with availability. A 302 status code indicates a temporary redirection, not necessarily that the service is available.
That's right. 302 is redirect. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Multiple people can have multiple different, like anybody can have multiple domain names that go to the same website. And that would be 302, a redirect. Or maybe a website got updated, completely rehauled, and it's being redirected. A 500 status indicates that the internal server is down. Okay. That makes plenty sense. Damn it. I'm using my left hand. I hate when I have to use my left hand because my cat's like being
A corporation implements the Simple Network Management Protocol, SNMP, to oversee and manage its network systems, including routers, switches, and printers. For effective SNMP operation, a component must be installed on each device. Where are the data and operational metrics of each managed device compiled and stored?
The management something base. Where is it? It's up here somewhere. The management information base.
A sysadmin noticed that there were changes to the hardware firewall not properly documented. The sysadmin does not know who made the change. What type of log should the sysadmin investigate that may shed light on who made the change in the firewall?
Not baseline, not trap. I want to say audit, but in reality, it's probably a syslog. But I guess an audit would also not just tell you that something was changed, but it would tell you who changed it. I don't know if the syslog tells you who changed it. It might just log that it was changed.
Systems administrator troubleshoots a problematic network. In doing so, a packet sniffer captures all suspected garbage traffic from numerous source ports to a single destination port on a Cisco switch. What configuration does the systems administrator use to achieve this?
Port tag.
Select 2.
Port tagging is like for VLANs. Port security is to secure the port. There's more to it than just it secures the port. There's a little bit more to it. Port mirroring and port switch port analyzer is what is going to sniff all these packets. Yes. I'm almost home free.
What does an availability monitor check for in an HTTP service to confirm availability?
200. 404 means it can't be found. 302 is redirect. 500 servers down.
If a syslog states that there is a critical, emergency, or informational issue, the syslog is referring to what? Select 2.
If the syslog states that there is a critical emergency or informational issue, the syslog is referring to log levels and security levels. It wouldn't be link state, and it wouldn't be encapsulation issues. Those don't make sense.
What is the purpose of configuration monitoring in network management?
To monitor changes to a device's production configuration. Yeah, I think I'm in the clear.
A sysadmin is investigating an issue on a switch after receiving reports that connecting to any network resource, local or on the web, is much slower than normal. What kind of log should the sysadmin investigate to determine what may be causing the issue?
An audit. Wait. Sysadmin investigates an issue on a switch after receiving reports that connecting to any network resources, local or on the web, is much slower than normal. What kind of log should the sysadmin investigate to determine what is the cause? I want to say traffic, but I think it's audit. Okay, it's traffic. And the reason it was traffic is because it was talking about that it's connecting to any resource, local or web. The reason I thought it might have been audit is because an audit will tell you a lot of information, but I don't think it's going to tell you the information that this was wanting. It was wanting the traffic information. The audit's going to show you the traffic information by like admin, who logged in and what they did. All right.
What does an availability monitor check for in an HTTP service to confirm availability?
200 status. 200 status code means that the website, that it was successful, that it pulled up the website. So right now on my stream, you see 2 different windows, and there's actually 4 different windows because I have different tabs open. Those are all reading 200 status code. A 302 means a redirect. So you got redirected to a different website. Then there is the 404, which means that it couldn't be found. And the 500, meaning that the server could not be, or the server is down. Cool. Nope, stay. My cat, dude. using my mouse with my left hand.
A network engineer suggests using a packet sniffer to capture traffic for troubleshooting purposes. What configuration on a switch allows for this capability? Select 2.
We've already had this one. It is going to be a port analyzer and a port mirroring. Port security has to do with security protocols that go on individual ports. I believe it is with VLANs. I'm not entirely certain. But port tagging is definitely VLANs. There we go. That's 302, 3.2, done. I did significantly better than I have been doing in the past. .3. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, good. Finally something that I know about. Okay.
What kind of disaster recovery site allows for immediate restoration of services by having a duplication of equipment in a separate location not contracted out to an online vendor?
Okay, so here's the rundown. This is correct, by the way. So a hot site is exactly what this just said. It is a warehouse somewhere else that has all the equipment already in it. The equipment is already set up and it's running and it is ready to go. Okay? Buddy, why? How are you getting through the filter? How are you getting through the filter? I'm not gonna buy your subs. I'm not gonna do that. Remove the space. Okay, hey, you know what? Dude. Look, okay, let this be a warning to anyone. Where's my stuff? Can I not pop it out? There it is. Okay, let this be a warning for anyone who comes into my chat and like spams crap like this. 5 viewers on Streamboo. Yep. Cool. Now you're done. Okay, go away. Okay. We're not gonna do that here. I don't know how you're getting through the filter either, because my stuff is like hardcore, like lockdown. Anyway. A hot site is where there's a warehouse somewhere else and it is it's full of equipment already. All the equipment is already set up. Everything is exactly what it needs to be doing. Okay. A warm site is where you have it somewhere. You have a site somewhere else and all the equipment is in there, but it is not set up. It is not running or anything, but the equipment is in there. Cold site is where you just have the site. There's no equipment. It's not running at all. And the cloud is exactly as it sounds. There is no site. There is no warehouse. There is no equipment. It is all in the cloud and you can go up and running like that. But that means that you've outsourced it to somebody else.
A small company had its main office power fail due to a recent natural disaster. However, their disaster recovery site is in the same town, resulting in the same issue. What kind of site could the company have set up with a third-party disaster recovery vendor?
And then this is the issue, because if you hold it yourself, you have to really think about where are you going to put this stuff. Okay, put the tinfoil hat on and stuff like that. Supposedly, Microsoft has a huge amount of servers that are in Antarctica, and the main reason for that, supposedly, for what they say, is because it is. I need to lay down. Stop trying to eat my wires. Okay. The reason they do that is because it's really, really cold, so they don't have to really worry about cooling. And then 2, there's very rarely are there disasters that are over there, so it's fairly safe and protected over there. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I read a lot of conspiracy stuff that could be 100% fake, but it sounds really smart. Anyway, this is what you hold. This is the risk, is that if it's too close to the main sites, then it could go down, and then you have to go to a cloud site. But if the cloud site, what if the cloud site, what if its stuff was in your hometown too? Then you're doubly screwed, triply screwed.
A large call center company has another empty building that can be a disaster recovery site, but does not currently have any equipment set up.
Cold.
What kind of disaster recovery site does the call center company have implemented? What is the purpose of conducting tabletop exercises in disaster recovery planning?
Because we like to play D&D.
To design new IT systems.
No.
To physically test the strength of the company's infrastructure.
Nope.
To conduct performance appraisals of employees. To discuss hypothetical scenarios to assess response plans.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I would really enjoy that. That sounds like a lot of fun.
A key performance indicator, KPI, is a network performance metric used to determine asset reliability. Which of the following is not an example of a KPI?
Key performance indicator is a network performance metric used to determine asset reliability, which is not a form of KPI. Max tolerable downtime. Mean time to repair, mean time to failure, between failure, mean time to failure. Key performance indicator is a network's performance metrics used to determine an asset's reliability. Reliability is the key word. I'm going to say time to repair. We'll circle back around because I was able to rationalize all of these in my head. And when I'm able to rationalize everything in my head, that's a bad thing.
The recent vulnerability assessment has left a CompTIA AAC's IT team concerned about business continuity during a catastrophic event that could involve a data breach or even denial of service DOS attacks. At this point, what items would the team most strongly consider when doing a business impact analysis BIA? Select 2.
So I remember when I first did this, I thought it was going to be vendor products. Again, this all goes down to like how you read and make sure that you can comprehend. I can't stress that enough, because I'm actually a high school teacher. So whenever we have an issue or something, I immediately know that we're going to have to outsource something. So I'm like, okay, let's talk about vendors. Who is going to be able to provide a service to be able to fix this? But no. That's not it. That's not the answer. That's not the direction that they're going with this. So a recent vulnerability assessment has left the company IT team concerned about businesses. So they're talking about vendors for the business to make the business make money. Okay. Concerned during a catastrophic event that could involve a data breach or even a DOS attack. So we need to know business processes. What do we need to know about our business processes to keep it going in case of a catastrophic event? Okay. I like to relate this back to COVID. One of my former bosses, he has his own business. He like teaches drums and stuff. And he was freaking out because although he had enough money to be fine for like a month or two, but that was also a month or two he was not gaining income and his expenses didn't go away. So he was worried about how he was going to be able to conduct business while this catastrophic event was going on. Now, different thing that has nothing to do with technology, but the principle of what's going on is the same. Now, data availability, I think, is going to be the thing as well. CVE is a collective database of vulnerabilities that are collected together. Yes, we are correct. Fantastic. Let me let my cat in and we'll keep going. Okay, come on. Don't just stand there. No, I'm talking about the noob who was meowing at the door and now it's just standing there. Okay, so what is recovery point objective? Recovery point objective is how, I'm pretty sure it is how long can the systems be down and we still continue and maintain business. Or, okay, hold on. Let's see what our answer choices are. Because there's another one that is it has to do with like recovery point in terms of like when you last backed up. What is the acceptable amount of data loss? It's one of those two.
The point in time when a disaster recovery plan is activated.
No.
The goal to achieve zero data loss in any disaster.
That's always the goal,
The
but no.
objective to increase data storage capacity after a disaster.
No.
The maximum acceptable amount of data loss measured in time.
That's it. Okay, so the way you can remember this is recovery point objective, save point, like a video game. So imagine if you started, I don't know, Fallout. You started playing Fallout 3 or Fallout 4 or something like that, and the last time you saved was after you created your character, and you got all the way to like basically the end of the game, and then you died, or power loss, and you lost all your data. You lost hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Whereas if you would have been saving every 10 or every 20 minutes or every hour, and then let's say you saved it at 5 o'clock and it's 5:30, you lose power, you only lost 30 minutes of data. That's what a recovery point objective is. What is the acceptable amount of data loss measured in terms of time? Some people say it's 10 minutes. Some people say it's an hour. There's lots of different rules of thought.
Which of the following are examples of a key performance indicator KPI?
Dang it. Key performance indicator is going to be mean time between failure. Maximum tolerant downtime. I'm going to say maximum tolerant downtime. That doesn't make sense. Why would a tolerant downtime have anything to do with performance indicator? I'm going to say mean time to repair and mean time between failures, because these are both performance based. Yes. Because of that, that last question makes
a key performance indicator KPI is a network performance metric used to determine asset reliability. Which of the following is not an example of a KPI?
Maximum tolerant downtime, because downtime does not indicate performance. How long something can be down is and be tolerated is not an indicator of performance. Wait, no, god damn it, I did it again. I thought this was the right answer and I was rationalizing this one. Okay. I hate when I do that, dude. It's because in my mind this makes the most sense. That's why I do that. Let's see what our friend over here has to say, and we'll read this while it generates.
Maximum tolerable downtime (MTD) is a metric that states the requirement for a business function. It is a goal, but is not a performance indicator. Mean time between failures (MTBF) is a key performance indicator measuring the expected lifetime of a product. This is intended for assets meant to be repaired rather than replaced.
Okay, maximum tolerance is a metric that states the required for the business to function. It is a goal, but it's not a performance. Okay.
Explanation. Maximum tolerable downtime (MTD) is a measure of the maximum amount of time that a system or service can be unavailable before it has a significant impact on the organization. While MTD is an important metric for disaster recovery and business continuity planning, it is not a key performance indicator (KPI) for asset reliability. Why not MTD? MTD is a measure of the maximum amount of time that a system or service can be unavailable, but it does not provide any information about the reliability of the asset. KPIs for asset reliability, such as mean time to repair (MTTR), mean time between failures (MTBF), and mean time to failure (MTTF), provide information about the frequency and duration of failures, which can be used to evaluate the reliability of the asset. What about MTTR? Mean time to repair (MTTR) is a KPI that
Okay, so here's what it is. All three of these evaluate the equipment. and how efficient and how just how efficient it's working. This evaluates the business and the system, like the business system, not the network system, but the system in which it does business. It evaluates that to see how well it can do. So maximum tolerable time. How far can the business do business? So like in terms of like to send this fact home, like if the internet went down, how well and how long would you still be able to take sales? The cash register has to be opened by the internet. Most people pay with card. Most people don't have cash. What are you gonna do? Okay, this is a reflection on the business proficiency. This is a reflection on the network and the devices. Let's go ahead. Let's read.
Measures the average time it takes. A network administrator wants to evaluate the reliability of a critical network device. The administrator uses KPIs such as MTTR, MTBF, and MTTF to evaluate the device's reliability. The administrator finds that the device has a high MTBF and a low MTTR, indicating that it is reliable and can be quickly repaired if it fails. However, the administrator also notes that the device has a relatively short MTTF, indicating that it may be more likely to fail than other devices.
Okay, cool. Let's move on.
What is the method of fault tolerance used when a group of servers, consisting of redundant nodes, prevents disruption of network services?
Nick teaming is a form of clustering. Link aggregation, I believe, is also another type of clustering. Clustering just means that you gather things together, group them together so that way they work together. What is the method of fault tolerance when a group of servers consisting of redundant nodes prevent disruption of a network? I'm going to say load balancing. I'm wrong. Consisting redundant nodes. So maybe it was Nick teaming because it would that would be nodes, right? We'll circle back around to it.
A key performance indicator, KPI, is a network performance metric used to determine asset reliability. Which of the following is not an example of a KPI?
So it is maximum tolerant downtime for all of the reasons that we said earlier. This is a reflection of the devices and its performance. This is a reflection of the business as a whole and the system that is outside of the network.
In an active-active cluster configuration, what happens in the event of a failover?
Crap. In an active-active cluster configuration, what happens in the event of a failover? Buddy, I don't know.
The workload of the failed node is shifted onto the remaining nodes. The system automatically purchases and adds a new node to the cluster. The workload of the failed node is not shifted, and the system goes offline. The remaining nodes are shut down to prevent data corruption.
I think it's this one. That honestly, that just made the most sense. Because it's, I didn't know what it meant by active, but it makes me think that there are multiple active nodes in this cluster in this configuration. And what happens in the event of a failover? Well, I don't necessarily know what failover means, but I'm assuming that it means when one of the nodes that are in this cluster fails. And the whole point of a cluster configuration is that you have multiple nodes working toward one goal of maintaining connection. So if a workload of a failed node, so if one were to fail, its workload would fail over to the next node, and it would shift into the remaining nodes.
What is the correct formula for calculating the mean time between failure MTBF?
What is the correct formula of calculating the mean time between failure? The total operational time divided by the number Mean time between failures. Total operational time divided by the number of failures. And what this doesn't say is that it's total operational time from all computers, from all devices that you're trying to do. So if you have a whole bunch of workstations and they're all exactly the same, then you're going to group those together and you're going to find the total operational time, and then you're going to divide that by the number of failures. Yes.
A chief investment officer ran a report showing the cheaper model workstations that the company is buying have a high failure rate. The CIO estimates 3 months will pass before another workstation becomes unusable. What kind of calculation is the CIO running?
Failure, or mean time between failures. They didn't say anything about repair. They didn't say anything about point object, like the data return, or how long it can last.
What is the significance of conducting validation tests in disaster recovery? To ensure services can be restored, to increase the company's market share, to assess the effectiveness of marketing strategies, to evaluate the company's financial health.
The only one that makes sense in terms of a service is this one. What is the significance of conducting a valid test in disaster recovery? Yeah, all of these were business oriented. This was the only one that was network oriented.
A company is planning to conduct a validation test for its disaster recovery procedures. The scenario involves simulating a cyber attack that renders the primary data center inoperable. Which of the following outcomes would indicate a successful validation test? The company decides to increase its cybersecurity budget. The company's stock price remains stable following the announcement of the test. Employees express increased confidence in the company's cybersecurity measures.
Okay, so the company decides to increase cybersecurity budget. Please know that although money is a huge factor, and if something can be done like correctly or well or just at a high level, but it is not the sole factor. It is a very pivotal point, but it is not the sole factor. You can throw money all you want at something and it will still suck, right?
Measures. Services are successfully restored using backup configurations.
So employees express increased confidence in the employee's cybersecurity measures. Well, that's good that you have public opinion on your side, but it doesn't ensure that that it was a successful test. Services are successfully restored using backup configurations. Yeah, stock prices don't matter. This was also under the assumption that they announced it. Like this no, that was just a big old fat no. Clustering.
What is the method of fault tolerance used when a group of servers, consisting of redundant nodes, prevents disruption of network services? Answer. A cluster is a group of servers, each of which is referred to as a node, that provides redundancy and fault tolerance for critical applications. A load balancer can switch client traffic to alternative processing nodes, reducing bottlenecks and allowing for failover services in the event of a host or network route going down. Link aggregation is a method of fault tolerance that involves combining 2 or more separate cabled links into a single logical channel. Link aggregation signifies combining 2 or more separate cabled links into a single logical channel. When done from the host...
Okay, so all these are either forms of clustering or they're in the same vein of information as clustering. Like they use multiple different things, stuff like that. But clustering is the method. Makes sense.
Is not an example of a KPI.
Okay, we've talked about this. The maximum tolerance downtime.
What is the method of fault tolerance used when a group of servers, consisting of redundant nodes, prevents disruption of network services?
I'm just going to say the same thing. We'll let it read it to us just for memory's
What is the
sake.
method of fault tolerance used when a group of servers, consisting of redundant nodes, prevents disruption of network services?
All right. I did significantly better on that one as well. So 3.3 done. How many are there? 5? So I'm about halfway done. Sweet. 3.4. Hey, implementing IPv4 and IPv6 network services. This one might be a little bit more exciting.
All client machines configured for DHCP are up and running without issue. However, the clients not configured for IPv4 are not getting IP addresses. What should the server administrator configure so the IPv6 clients can receive automatic address configuration as well?
Slack. This is an IPv6 configuration only. It has nothing to do with IPv4. But since the question was saying that the clients that are not configured to IPv4, meaning that they're configured for IPv6, are not getting IP addresses. So Slack has to do with HDCP servers in IP6, and it uses... What was that? Hold on. What was that? Did you hear that? Oh. Sorry, that was my girl raging because she's losing at Marvel Rivals. Anyway, however, so Slack has to deal with IPv6 and how they are assigned their IP addresses with a DHCP server. And it's different. It's a different protocol than IPv4. Basically, what you need to know is that IPv4 was created before the internet. Well, it is the internet, but it was created before the internet became what it was. So no one had any idea how big it was going to get or anything like that. So a lot of the procedures and the protocols that we have are all band-aids. They're all band-aids in order to make things better. So in order to make things work. And then IPv6 came out, and it works a little bit differently, and it has a lot of different things that go on with it that make a lot of the protocols that IPv4 do obsolete because they're just kind of like caked in. So for instance, we'll have our friend over here kind of give us a good explanation of it, and it'll probably make a lot of sense to people who don't understand. Okay. And why that routes, why that does whatever, we will continue on.
A technician creates a host's file on a computer as a short-term fix for systems connectivity. What is the purpose of using this file?
Name is not resolving. I think it's that. Okay, let's look here and let's see what the explanation is.
Explanation. Slack is a mechanism that allows IPv6 clients to automatically configure their IP addresses without the need for a DHCP server. However, Slack requires the presence of a router advertisement RA on the network. Why Slack and router advertisement? Slack allows IPv6 clients to automatically configure their IP addresses, but it requires the presence of a router advertisement RA on the network. The RA provides the necessary information for the clients to configure their IP addresses, such as the prefix and default gateway. What about dual stack? Dual stack refers...
So that's why it's different. It approaches the problem completely differently.
...to the ability of a network device to support both IPv4 and IPv6 protocols simultaneously.
So all dual stack is exactly that. It's a network device that supports both IPv4 and IPv6.
While what about RFC 1918? RFC 1918 refers to a set of private IP addresses that are reserved for use on private networks. While RFC 1918 addresses are commonly used on IPv4 networks, they are not directly related to automatic address configuration for IPv6 clients. How to configure Slack and router advertisement. To configure Slack and router advertisement, the server administrator should enable IPv6 routing. Enable IPv6 routing on the network device that will be providing the router advertisement. Configure the RA. Configure the RA to provide the necessary information for the clients to configure their IP addresses, such as the prefix and default gateway. Enable Slack. Enable Slack on the network device to allow clients to automatically configure their IP addresses. Real-world example. A network administrator wants to configure a network to support both IPv4 and IPv6 clients. The administrator enables IPv6 routing on the network device and configures the RA to provide the necessary information for the clients to configure their IP addresses. The administrator then enables Slack on the network device to allow clients to automatically configure their IP addresses. As a result, both IPv4 and IPv6 clients can receive automatic address configuration and access the network without issue.
So if we go back to the question, it was asking about, well, what should the service administrator do to configure IPv6 to receive automatic addressing? It's Slack. Dual stack is so that way they communicate together. Routing advertisement is needed for Slack. And this thing, what was that thing? Refers to like reserved IP addresses, which has nothing to do with like anything. Okay, so that's what's going on with that. Let's move forward to this one. So a technician creates a host file on a computer as a short-term fix for system connectivity. What is the purpose of using this file? He makes a host file. So the name is not showing. Incorrect host-based firewall settings. Might be this. Incorrect host-based firewall settings. Unresponsive service. Might have been unresponsive service. Let's move on. We'll circle back around.
An IT engineer modifies a dynamic host configuration protocol DHCP server configuration. Prior to doing so, lease times were drastically reduced. Which of the following is the most likely reason that the leases were shortened?
So, and I can't really make this make sense in my brain. I mean, I guess it seems like a good idea, and obviously it works because it's protocol. But whenever the IT engineer modifies a dynamic host configuration to shorten the lease times, it's because that they're trying to avoid expiring IP addresses. It's because they're trying to move or change the server. Sometimes it could be that they're trying to remove a rogue DHCP server. I could see that. It's not to block TCP or UDP ports. That's not right. To prevent unresponsive services, no. But really, it's to avoid expired IP addresses. And it's because the reason you're trying to avoid that is because you're planning to remove or change a DHCP server. So I don't know. I mean, this is a tough one. It's going to be one of these two. Okay. Let's, I really want to ask our friend over here, Llama 3. Llama. Because I want to know the actual reason why it's not to remove a rogue server. But you know what? Why would they do that to remove a rogue server? Rogue server is already dumping out wrong IP addresses. But I guess you don't know what computers are doing that. And you might not know what server's doing that. Well, no, you would because of the scope. Here we go.
Explanation.
Yes. Talk to me.
Shortening the lease time on a DHCP server is a common technique used to remove a rogue DHCP server from a network. By reducing the lease time, the legitimate DHCP server can reclaim IP addresses that were assigned by the rogue server, allowing the network to recover from the unauthorized DHCP server. Why shorten lease times? Shortening lease times...
That's what it is. Okay, you shorten the lease times. Where was it? To allow the network to recover from unauthorized DHCP server. So it does have to do with the rogue DHCP server, but it's not
in-depth explanation.
Oh, come on.
Real-world example or scenario. Do you understand? You'd like me to help you review your
No. Ugh. I need to start a new thread.
Why shorten lease times?
Yeah, it's
shortening lease times is a way to reclaim IP addresses. By reducing the lease time, the legitimate DHCP server can reclaim IP addresses that were assigned by the rogue server. Prevent IP address conflicts. Shortening lease times helps prevent IP address conflicts that can occur when a rogue DHCP server assigns IP addresses that are already in.
Oh, no, it's saying that the answer was to remove the DHCP server. I just assumed that it said the right thing. Okay. Dang it, did I spell guide wrong? I always spell guide wrong. Dude, man, it is getting laggy. It is getting laggy. Okay, guide says that the answer is to avoid expired IP addresses. The correct answer is indeed shortened. Why expired IP addresses can cause issues on the network, such as IP conflicts, network disruptions. Shortening the lease time can yeah, and this is the limit of Llama 3. It's not as strong as ChatBot 4, and ChatBot 5 is about to come out too. And I haven't used Grok. I need to get Grok, man. Like, we could have like an anime goth girl telling us all this information right now.
Renewing IP addresses more frequently. With shorter lease times, IP addresses are renewed more frequently, reducing the likelihood of expiration. Preventing IP address conflicts. By renewing IP addresses more frequently, the risk of IP address conflicts is reduced, as devices are less likely to be assigned an IP.
Yeah, because it's not really telling me why, like why it thought that. Like ChatBot would tell me why it thought that. It would rationalize it a little bit better. The reason I'm not using ChatBot is because it was like really on the fritz. And then this one also protects my data. Everything that I type here is stored locally. Anyway, moving forward.
In which of the following would an IT engineer configure a PTR?
Crap, what's a PTR? Forward lookup zone. DNS hierarchy, DNS forwarding, reverse lookup, forward lookup. I have no idea. We're just gonna say I don't know. I should have given a wrong answer, so that way it could have given me a right one.
Which of the following provides an automatic method for allocating an Internet Protocol IP address, subnet mask default gateway, and domain name system DNS server addresses?
Which of the following provides an automatic method for allocating Internet Protocol? DHCP! Not a puppy. A puppy is 169. That means that like you're not connected to the internet at all and your computer just gave itself an IP address.
What provides additional options, rather than only leases, for host Internet Protocol IP addresses?
Gives options. So EUI is 64 is translating an IPv4 address into an IPv6 address so that way it can communicate. DHCP6, so what provides additional options rather than only leases? ESP?
A user requests that a company web host have two different names for the same Internet Protocol IP address. The user requests jobs.companyname.com and careers.companyname.com. Which domain name system DNS record should the IT tech configure to accomplish this?
It's either going to be CNAME or text. I'm going to say text. Dang, it was CNAME. And when I make guesses like that, that means that I have only a gentle understanding and I don't have enough understanding of these answer choices to rationalize.
New workstations set up in the office currently are connected to the network, but do not have an Internet Protocol IP address set. These workstations need to work with applications that are time-sensitive. What should the system administrator configure for these applications to function correctly?
Configure the correct NTP setting. NTP stands for Network Time Protocol. It's like a timestamp that all things would share, that everything needs to be on the same time.
A technician creates a host's file on a computer as a short-term fix for systems connectivity. What is the purpose of using this file?
Okay, we are going to make another chat. Wow, it is really big. Give me 1 second here. Oh, I don't know if it was that big. Okay. And we'll use a different engine too. I don't know if this is going to be a good engine or not. It said it was its most intelligent, but it's also said best for code. It's also taking a really long time to understand this. If it's going to take that long, we might switch engines. Anyway. What, did I just delete? I did. I sure did. Well, whatever. Let's see what it says.
If a system experiences a domain name system DNS problem, symptoms will include the inability to connect the hosts by name. A host's file can test and be used as a short-term fix for name resolution. An unresponsive service on a system can be caused by a system crash, system overload, network congestion, and many other factors. Incorrect host-based firewall settings can cause connectivity problems. Particular firewall settings may be...
Let's see what's going on with this.
Restate the question. A technician creates a host's file on a computer as a short-term fix for systems
I've never used this
connectivity.
engine before.
What is the purpose of using this file? Simplified answer to manually map host names to IP addresses when DNS resolution fails. Analogy. Think of the host's file as a handwritten phone book you keep at your desk to call someone directly, instead of relying on a directory service that's down. In-depth explanation: the host file is a local plaintext file, for example, C:\Windows\system, 3:2\drivers, etc. /host. In-depth explanation: by editing it, a technician can override hostname to IP address mappings to bypass DNS-related connectivity issues, such as misconfigured servers or temporary outages. This is a workaround, not a permanent solution, as it only affects the local machine and must be manually updated. Real-world example or scenario. A company's internal server, intranet.example.com, is unreachable because the DNS server is misconfigured. A technician adds an entry like 192.168.1.10 intranet.example.com to the host's file, allowing the computer to resolve the host name to the correct IP address immediately without waiting for DNS fixes.
Okay, so the reason the technician made a host file on the computer as a short-term fix is because the host name was not resolving. It wasn't resolving through the DNS. So he just went ahead and like forced it. He made it happen. Again, Band-Aid, quick fix, got it. But because the real problem is that the real issue is the DNS. But this will allow name resolution and allow the device to be able to continue working. Okay, if the system experiences a domain name server problem, symptoms will include and inhibit able to connect to a host name, a host file. Test can be a short-term fix. Cool. All right, next one. DHP6. Interesting. Let's see what's going on with this. This is definitely a lot faster than it was a second ago. It's definitely not a puppy. A puppy! So fun to say. I thought I understood DHP v6, but this is definitely showing me that I don't.
Prefix. In this context, the role of a dynamic host configuration protocol DHCP server in IPv6 is different. DHCP v6 is used to provide additional option settings rather than leases for host IP addresses.
Interesting. It's extended unique identifier 64 is the method used to automatically configure IPv6 addresses. Using unique 64-bit interface ID is derived from the MAC address, but it's also it also helps IPv4. But that makes sense that if you have an IPv4, it's going to use the MAC address. It's going to add this little prefix or whatever, has this formula, and then it poops out IPv6, and now they can communicate. Maybe it. I was under the impression that it used the IPv4 and then translate it into IPv6, but it looks like it uses the MAC address, and that would make the most sense because IPv6, MAC addresses are unique for the most part. But there's huge security risk with this because MAC addresses can be spoofed, and if you can spoof a MAC address and use EUI64, then you can now spoof an IP address. I don't know enough about cybersecurity to know if that's a smart thing to do or if that's redundant or anything. Let's see what this has to say.
Simplified answer, DHCP v6 provides additional configuration options, for example, DNS servers, domain names as beyond IP address leases, especially in stateless mode. Analogy. Imagine DHCP v6 as a hotel concierge who not only gives you a room key IP lease, but also provides maps, restaurant recommendations, DNs, NTP, and other amenities, unlike handing you a key and leaving you to figure everything else out. In-depth explanation. DHCP v6, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol for IPv6. Unlike IPv4's DHCP, which primarily assigns leases, DHCP v6 can operate in two modes. Stateful assigns IPv6 addresses, and configuration options DNS domain name. Stateless provides only configuration options, DNS, NTP, etc., while the host generates its IPv6 address via Slack stateless address auto-configuration. This flexibility makes DHCP v6...
So it's doing way more. DHCP's v6 is doing a lot more, and it's combined a lot of protocols together that would normally be individual or kind of redundant in IPv4.
Distinct by offering more than just leases. EUI64, a method to generate IPv6 interface identifiers from MAC addresses, not related to address assignment or leases. APIPA, automatic private IP addressing 169.254.0.016. Range is a Windows IPv4 fallback mechanism when no DHCP server is available, with no leasing or configuration option.
Okay, so this is another thing. This is why I made this argument or this statement yesterday. With the classes of IPv4, I get it. They didn't know what they were doing. But, like, why do we still worry about the different classes? Is it because the amount of addresses that are in each class? Probably. But then there's, like, these random IP addresses that are reserved. Like, this is reserved for my, for a puppy. For a papa. Meaning that, like, I'm not connected to anything. I understand that. But if I have a private network, can I not just manually go in and put everyone's IP address and use 169.254.0.1? Could I not use that? I mean, maybe that would be really stupid, But then my thought process is that if it's my home network, why can't I do that? And then 2, if I can't connect to the internet or whatever, it would just give me that address already. And wouldn't it just automatically fix itself? Probably not. There's probably things I don't know. Okay, let's do... Here we go.
Real-world example or scenario. A network administrator configures a DHCPv6 server in stateless mode to provide IPv6 hosts with DNS server addresses and domain names, while the hosts generate their own IPv6 addresses via Slack. This avoids managing IP leases, but still centralizes critical configuration data.
That's pretty cool that if I'm in stateful, I can assign a device an IPv6 address, and it will just automatically configure, or I have the option to configure the DNS and the domain name. Like, it'll do it all at once. That's kind of cool. So, what provides options is DHCP v6. And there's 2 different states, stateful and stateless.
A user requests that a company web host have 2 different names for the same Internet Protocol IP address. The user requests jobs.companyname.com and careers.companyname.com. Which domain name system DNS record should the IT tech configure to accomplish this? Refresher 3.4. Given a scenario, implement IPv4. A canonical name name record is a domain name system DNS record used to represent an alias for a host. Aliases are used to give a host multiple names.
Okay. Now, remind me what a text record is.
A TXT record is used to store any free-form text needed to support other network services. An SPF record, for example, is a TXT record that is used to list the IP addresses or names of servers that are permitted to send email. Okay,
so TXT records is basically like add-ons for the DNS. It's an SPF record, and it reads it. I think it was originally intentioned for something else, but it turned into basically tack-ons. Reverse lookup zone. Okay, you can't give me an acronym and then not tell me what the freaking acronym is. That was my whole problem. I didn't know what PTR was. Ugh.
A PTR record is found in reverse lookup zones and is used to resolve an IP address to an associated host name. A forward lookup zone is used to translate a given name record and return a related Internet Protocol IP address.
So forward lookup is you give it a name, and then it returns the related IP address, the IP address that's connected to it. The reverse lookup is where you give it the IP address, and then it returns the host name. So what is PTR? Where PTR... This still didn't tell me. Oh my goodness. Pointer. So is PTR stands for pointer? I swear to God, if this is just abbreviated for the word pointer. In the context for pointer record. Okay. 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 We're moving forward. Pointer record. A pointer record is either a forward lookup zone or is a forward lookup zone or it's a reverse lookup zone. Which of the following is the IT engineer configuring a pointer? So how is this different? Is where pointer records configure to map IP address to host names. Analogy, pointer records are like reverse phone books. Yeah. An email server checks the reverse DNS of an incomplete connection IP address to verify legitimacy. And that's called pointer record. Got it. Moving forward. That is annoying that that acronym is like that. Why not just BPR?
A company has an Active Directory domain called specs.com. The company has an on-demand subscription for cloud services and wants to ensure their internal applications are accessible to their remote employees via their fully qualified domain names FQDNS in the cloud. The company will control all these services and applications. Which of the following will the company most likely be using throughout their organization? Select 2.
Okay, they're not going to use cloud-hosted DNS because it said the company will control all these services and applications. So they are going to, so a company has an Active Directory domain called specs.com. The company has an on-demand subscription for cloud services and wants to ensure their internal applications are accessible to their remote employees. Has an on-demand subscription cloud service. Okay, just because... No. This makes it sound like it's going to be cloud and internal. Because it says an on-demand... well, it has to be cloud. It says the company has an on-demand subscription service. Then it is... and wants to ensure their internal applications are accessible to their employees. So it has to be these two. So why does it say that the company will control all services and applications? Very clearly, they're not in control because they've outsourced it. Let's see if I'm right. I am right. That's a bad question. Maybe I should have put it in our little chat bot here.
A new help desk technician has been working on a computer for a few days with no issues. Today, the technician logged into the computer and noticed no connection. The network technician tells the help desk technician that the IP lease expired, and there are no usable IP addresses right now. What service should the network technician modify to incorporate more IP addresses or reduce the lease times?
It's not DHC. It's not HTTPS. I wish I could cross things out. Like, that's bad. It's not this one. So if he needs to change, because the thing that he's got to do is he needs to incorporate more IP addresses or reduce the lease times. In my mind, that's going to be DHCP. But I'm not going to lie, I don't remember what LDAP is. Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. Yes, that makes sense. Is a cross-platform software protocol used for authentication and communication direct services. It essentially provides standard way for applications and devices to access and maintain data distributed directory information services IP protocol network. Think of it like this. Imagine a critical central phone book or database for your network. The directory contains information about the user, username, passwords, blah, 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 as well as network like computers, printers, and file shares. I don't think this has anything to do with DNS. IP addresses. What is this guy? What? Oh my. Okay, what is it? SMP, SMTP. TLS. Simple mail This is why I think everything with an M is a mail protocol. Stands for a protocol for sending mail, however default. This has nothing to do. Transport layer security. This has nothing to do with it. It has to be DHCP. Yeah. The reason I didn't immediately go to that, even though I knew what it was, is because I didn't know what these were. And the whole point of this is to make sure, not just that I can answer the question, but I know what the answer choices are.
Users mentioned that a video conferencing service is not working properly. The service ties to the company domain name for business purposes. Which domain name system DNS record should the tech investigate to resolve the issue?
So, my first inclination is that it's not CNAME because it said video conference services is not working properly. However, then it talked about how the service ties to the company domain name for business purposes. So it makes me think that maybe there's something wrong with the CNAME. The domain name system DNS record should the tech investigate to resolve the issue. I would think that it is the CNAME, but I don't remember what SRV is. So let's see what SRV is. And we're going to circle back around. What is SRV? About the available service on the network is essentially the DNS entry of the map service. So that was the answer.
A Windows Active Directory add domain uses companyname.com. An external web server uses www.companyname.com. Users on the corporate network cannot reach the web server when using a www prefix. Which of the following should the IT engineer modify to remedy the issue?
DNS forwarding. It's either internal DNS zones or DNS forwarding. Yeah, internal DNS.
An employee is not able to browse the internet, but can browse local shares without any issue. The company IT engineer discovers that the default gateway is missing in the computer's dynamic network configuration. Which of the following should the engineer configure to resolve the issue?
An employee is not able to browse the internet, but can browse local shares without issue. Got it. So it's connected to the internal stuff, but it can't go outside. The company IT engineer discovers that the default gateway is missing in the computer's dynamic network configuration. I think it's going to be IPAM. IP address management. Dang. Man. Not doing too good. This must be the why I got 67%.
A server administrator configures a network's internal DNS to set the records for all servers. Users mention that one server, in particular, is not reachable by name. What should the administrator investigate first?
So it's not reachable by name. So it needs to be forward lookup. I get forward and reverse mixed up. Forward, you give it a name and it receives its IP address. It's not. Reverse is you give the IP address and it gives you the name. It's not reachable by name, so we need to do reverse. Dang it.
A user requests that a company web host have two different names for the same Internet Protocol IP address. The user requests jobs.companyname.com and careers.companyname.com. Which domain name system DNS record should the IT tech configure to accomplish this? An engineer configures a domain keys identified mail (DKey IM) record to list the names allowed to receive email from a given source. Considering domain name system DNS record types, which of the following records did the engineer configure?
I don't know. I think it's an A record. I need to review all that. Okay, we looked at this a second ago.
A service SRV record is a DNS record used to identify a record that is providing a network service or protocol. Properties of this record type include port and protocol.
Which domain name system record should the tech investigate first? The SRV record. It's the DNS record used to identify record that is providing a network service or protocol. And this is that it's a service that's tied to the okay, and the service protocol is video conferencing. Got it. Oh no, go back. What's quadruple A?
An AA record is used to resolve a host name to an Internet Protocol version 6 IPv6 address.
Okay, I was just double checking. Internal DNS zone. That's what okay. I was stuck between DNS forwarding or DNS zone.
A Windows Active Directory add domain uses companyname.com. An external web server uses www.companyname.com. Users on the corporate network cannot reach the web server when using a www prefix. Which of the following should the IT engineer modify to remedy the issue? Internal Domain Name System, DNS zones, refer to the domains used on a private network. As the site uses the same domain name as AD, an A record for www needs to be created internally to point to the public web server address. External Domain Name System, DNS zones, refer to records that internet clients must be able to access.
Okay, internal domain name systems zone refers to domain names with a private network as a result. As the site user the same domain name as AD, an A record for... Okay, what is an A record? A record or address record. Oh! Is a fundamental type of DNS record that maps human readable domain names like example.com to its corresponding Internet Protocol version 4 IPv6. And that is why it's a quadruple A. Is for IPv6. Okay. Okay, we're learning a lot here. Learning a lot. So why would this one be scope options?
An employee is not able to browse the internet, but can browse local shares without any issue. The company IT engineer discovers that the default gateway is missing in the computer's dynamic network configuration. Which of the following should the engineer configure to resolve the issue?
Okay, we're gonna ask our friend over here.
Scope options define options that are given to clients that use the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, DHCP. A default gateway is such an option. An Internet Protocol IP exclusion is used to omit an IP.
Read that again.
Scope options define options that are given to clients that use the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, DHCP. A default gateway is such an option. An Internet Protocol IP exclusion is used to omit an IP address from a DHCP pool of addresses to be given to clients.
Core function of an IP address management, IPAM, is to scan DHCP in DNS servers and log IP addresses using it in a database, to a database. So it's basically the log of matching the IP addresses with the DNS. He's able to, but okay, he's missing the gateway, which might not be in the scope options. Interesting.
Simplified answer scope options in DHCP must be configured to ensure the default gateway is included in dynamic IP assignments. Analogy scope options are like a menu at a restaurant. If the default gateway item isn't on the menu configured, the customer computer won't receive it, even if they order dinner dynamic IP. In-depth explanation. IPAM IP address management. Centralized management tool for tracking IP addresses. Not directly responsible for configuring gateway delivery via DHCP. Scope options, DHCP settings that define additional parameters, for example, default gateway, DNS, WINS is sent to clients. Missing gateway equal to misconfigured scope options. IP exclusions, prevent DHCP from assigning specific IP ranges, for example, to avoid conflicts with static IPs, but don't affect gateway delivery. IP helper forwards DHCP BOOTP broadcasts to a remote DHCP server across subnets. If misconfigured, the client might not get an IP at all. But here the client has an IP, it just lacks a gateway. Real-world example or scenario: a workstation receives an IP address 192.168.1.100 via DHCP but no default gateway, so it cannot route traffic to external networks, for example, the internet. The engineer checks the DHCP scope options and finds the router gateway field is empty. They populate it with the correct gateway, 192.168.1.1, and the workstation regains internet access.
So the scope option isn't just about the scope options are for the DHCP server, and it's not just so that way it can give IP addresses to the devices, but it also is responsible for giving the gateway IP addresses to the devices. So you need to make sure that that gateway is also in its scope. But my understanding is that the gateway is always, I think it's like, isn't it like 0 or 1 or something like that? It's always 0.0, 0.1. So I guess it could have just been not put into the scope and it was accidentally omitted. I could see that. Okay, let's continue to the next one. Okay, I get these two mixed up all the effing time, dude.
A server administrator configures a network's internal DNS to set the records for all servers. Users mention that one server, in particular, is not reachable by name. What should the administrator investigate first?
So they cannot reach this server by name.
Forward lookups use a forward lookup zone to return an IP address associated with a host name. In this case, an entry for the particular host was likely missed or contains a typo.
I understand. It just clicked. Okay. So it's not necessarily that I got these two mixed up. Which I did, but that's not even what the question is asking. The question is saying that because the question is saying that it cannot reach something. It's not reachable by name. So what is the admin going to investigate first? The problem is not that they're trying to reach the DNS server. It's not that they're trying to reach this particular server. The problem is that it's unreachable and we have to figure out why. We're not trying to reach it. We're trying to figure out why we can't reach it. So what should they investigate first? Forward lookup is always first. This is a remedy in order to make sure that you can reach it. But that was not what the question was asking. The question was asking, what should the admin investigate first? Why in the world would the admin look up a reverse lookup? Regardless if I get them mixed up or not, forward lookup always comes first. That just makes sense. Why would a reverse lookup come first? That doesn't make sense. So forward lookup comes first in terms of in problem solving in whatever. Now, going back to the issue that I'm stupid and I get these things mixed up, the forward lookup returns an IP address associated with a name. So you give it a name and it gives you an IP address. The reverse does TAC quality other name services and finds requested. That is not right. Okay, hold on. What is the difference between, I'll fix that typo in a second, reverse
In the realm of DNS domain name system, it's important to differentiate between DNS query types like recursive versus iterative queries, and DNS zone types like forward versus reverse lookup zones. Both are related to how domain names are translated into IP addresses, but they refer to different aspects of the process. Key differences. Who does the work? In a recursive lookup, the DNS resolver performs the entire resolution process on behalf of the client, whereas a forward lookup.
Buddy, I was reading it wrong. Recursive lookup? I was reading it as reverse lookup.
Is about the information stored in a zone. What's being exchanged? A recursive lookup is a type of query where the client requests a complete answer from a DNS server. A forward lookup refers to the act of using a domain name to find an IP address, relying on the information held within a forward lookup zone.
Whoa. Okay, we're going to do the thing of it like this, and then we're going to move on.
You want to find a book in a library. A recursive lookup is like asking a librarian to go and find the book for you, checking the various sections and bringing you the book. A forward lookup zone is like the section of the library where the books are organized by title, allowing you to easily locate the book if you know its title.
So the lookup is like asking a librarian to go find you a book, checking its various sections, and bringing you the book back. Oh. I just can't read. That's the problem. I'm illiterate. Got it.
An engineer configures a domain key's identified mail DKIM record to list the names allowed to receive email from a given source. Considering domain name system DNS record types, which of the following records did the engineer configure?
Okay, so an A record is an address record. That deals with IPv4. Okay, so that was a stupid click. CNAME record deals with domain names. Yep. Canonical name.
A canonical name CNAME record is a domain name system DNS record used to represent an alias for a host.
An alias. Yes, that's an alias. So let's look and see what the text is.
A TXT record is used to store any free-form text that may be needed to support other network services. Domain keys identified mail DKIM records are TXT.
Records that are used to decide whether mail is allowed from a given source to prevent spam and mail spoofing. And what was the question again? Engineer confronts a domain key identifier. So a domain key identifier mail record to list the names of allowed to receive mail given a source. That's going to be a text record. Okay, we're doing good. Oh, this one's easy. I already know what this one is.
Client systems receive IP address configurations via a DHCP server. Negotiating the address information assignment, which of the following are associated with available leases? Select 2.
So T1 and T2 stands for time 1 and time 2. Time 1 is 50% of the lease is over, and it checks back in. And then T2 is, I think it's like 82.7 or 87.2, some weird arbitrary number. But it's like 80 something percent, and then it checks back in. So when negotiating the address information assignment, which of the following is associated with the lease? It's this. Yeah, it's not an ARP request. It's not Dora. What's Dora? Dora, here. Let's do it. Let's put it in here. What is Dora? Because it already knows what I'm talking about. First two devs out. No, I don't think that's right. Yeah, here it is. Dynamic host configuration protocol. No, wait, no. To the 4-step process used by dynamic host configuration protocol. Got it. All right, moving on.
A virtual private network exists between two sites. The main site delivers Internet Protocol IP addresses to the remote site. A configuration change places the remote site on a different subnet. Which of the following should the IT engineer reconfigure to resolve the issue?
Okay, so we have a virtual private network, a VPN, that exists between two sites. The main site delivers IP addresses to the remote site. A configuration change places the remote site on a different subnet. So now I can't do that job. So we need to do a relay. Yes. It's not a reservation because it has nothing to do with resolving or reserving the IP address. Pool has nothing to do with the amount of IP addresses. Has nothing to do with the lease. Has everything to do with the relay with it communicating. And I'm pretty sure a relay can communicate between VLANs or subnets. It can hop, I believe.
A network administrator configures all printers in an organization to be issued specific IP addresses from a DHCP server. What did the administrator configure to accomplish this?
Manager configures all printers in an organization to be assigned specific addresses from DHCP server. Static assignment configures all printers in an organization to be issued specific IP addresses. It's not scope options. That's completely different. It might be dynamic assignment. We'll circle back around. I got a lot that I got wrong, as you can see.
A technician creates a host's file on a computer as a short-term fix for systems connectivity. What is the purpose of using this file?
Oh, the names did not resolve. Since the DNS name did not resolve, the technician goes in there and manually does it, so that way it can have connectivity. So that way the person can work. But that does not fix the issue. The issue is that the DNS. So technician creates a host file on the computer to fix the system connectivity. The purpose of this fix is because the DNS name is not resolving. He goes in there, he manually does it, but now that's just a band-aid. He's got to go and fix what the real issue is, which is with the DNS. Yes. PR stands for pointer record.
In which of the following would an IT engineer configure a PTR?
Forward look. No, reverse lookup. Yes. It's a steel trap in here, man. Because pointer record literally is a reverse lookup.
What provides additional options, rather than only leases, for host internet protocol IP addresses?
DHCP v6 offers multiple. They're stateless and stateful and stateless. It gives you different options too. DHCP v6, when it assigns the IP address, it can also assign like the DNS and a whole bunch of other things. And then you have stateless. That's the stateful, and then stateless is different. It's actually, I think it's up here because we already looked at it. Yeah, here it is. Just real quick, I'll have it read it and then we'll move on.
DHCP v6. Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol for IPv6. Unlike IPv4's DHCP, which primarily assigns leases, DHCP-v6 can operate in two modes. Stateful assigns IPv6 addresses and configuration options, DNS, domain name. Stateless provides only configuration options, DNS, NTP, etc., while the host generates its IPv6 address via Slack stateless address auto-configuration. This flexibility makes DHCP-v6 distinct by offering more than just leases.
There it is. There it is.
Users mention that a video conferencing service is not working properly. The service ties to the company domain name for business purposes. Which domain name system DNS record should the tech investigate to resolve the issue?
Okay, user mentions that a video conference service is not working properly. Okay, this is the one I got wrong because there's multiple moving parts of what's happening. So we have video conferencing that's happening and it's not working. The service is tied to the company's domain name for business purposes, obviously. Which DNS record should the tech investigate? It's not going to be quadruple A. That is DHCP 6. Yes. That's addressing 6. I think it's going to be a text issue. Anybody want to help me out here? I think it's going to be a text issue. It's not CVR. I don't remember what CVR is, but that has nothing. That is not triggering anything. CNAME. I'm going to say text. Dang it. It was CNAME. I think I did that last time too.
An engineer needs to update a DNS infrastructure with new host names. Which configuration should the engineer modify with host records that map to IP addresses?
Don't script again. Don't be illiterate. Not recursive. Forward. So we have reverse, recursive, and forward lookups. Forward lookup is where it is the name and it translates it to the IP. Reverse is the IP and it translates it to a name. And then recursive is like you go to the librarian and you say, go get me this thing. And it goes and gets it and it brings it to you. Scope options. Really? That was the number one that I wrote off and was like, there's no way it's this.
A network administrator configures all printers in an organization to be issued specific IP addresses from a DHCP server. What did the administrator configure to accomplish this?
Okay, so scope options is not what you think. It's options for the admin. Like, it's options for the DHCP server to say like, hey, you're going to assign the IPv4 and the default gateway and the DNS. And there's like all these other options that it can make it assign. This is why a DHCP 6 is better because it just automatically does these things. You don't have to manually go and put it in, as far as I understand. So a network administrator configures all printers in an organization to be assigned a specific IP address from the DHCP server. So I guess those are options that he picks.
Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, DHCP servers use scope options to issue configuration options, such as DNS server settings and more.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Wow, it was the number one thing that I said. I don't know what it is, but I don't think that's what it is. Maybe I am illiterate.
Users mention that a video conferencing service is not working properly. The service ties to the company domain name for business purposes. Which domain name system DNS record should the tech investigate to resolve the issue?
Well, let's learn and see what SVR. Oh, we did do this.
A service SRV record is a DNS record used to identify a record that is providing a network service or protocol. Properties of this record type include port and protocol.
I remember this because I make fun of it every single time. An SRV record is a DNS record using the identifying a record. Like, how many times can we use the word record? So, it's a record. So this is a DNS record to identify a record. See what I mean by the redundancy? That is providing a network service or protocol. Properties of this record type include port and protocol. What was the question again?
Users mention that a video conferencing service is not working properly. The service ties to the company domain name for business purposes. Which domain name system DNS record should the tech investigate to resolve the issue?
For some reason it's not clicking in my mind. Wow, 7 seconds. That's insane.
Simplified answer. SRV service record should be investigated, as it specifies the location, hostname, and port of servers for specific services like video conferencing. Analogy. An SRV record is like a receptionist directing you to the correct apartment and desk number, hostname plus port for a specific service, rather than just the building address AAA record. In-depth explanation. CNAME canonical name maps an alias to a canonical domain name, for example, video.example.com. Conferencing.example. Analogy. An SRV record is like a receptionist directing you to the correct apartment and desk number, hostname plus port for a specific service, rather than just the building address AAA record. In-depth explanation. CNAME canonical name maps an alias to a canonical domain name, for example, video.example.com, conferencing.example.com, but does not define the location IP port of the service itself.
Okay.
SRV service record explicitly defines the hostname and port number of servers responsible for a service, for example, SIP, pointing to cp.example.com, pointing to sipserver.example.com 5060. Critical for services like VoIP, video conferencing, or LDAP that require specific ports. AA maps a hostname to an IPv6 address, similar to a records for IPv4. While necessary for IPv6 connectivity, it alone doesn't specify service ports. TXT text record stores metadata, for example, SPF records for email validation, but has no direct role in service connectivity. Real-world example or scenario: a company uses meet.example.com for video conferencing. The SRV record to tp._tcp.meet.example.com is misconfigured to point to sipserver.old.example.com offline instead of sipserver.new.example.com. The tech updates the SRV record to correct the server location, restoring service.
Okay. It's making more sense.
Users mention that a video conferencing service is not working properly. The service ties to the company domain name for business purposes. Which domain name system DNS record should the tech investigate to resolve the issue?
Okay, so let's make this make more sense. Let's connect it all together. An SRV record is like a receptionist directing you to a correct apartment and desk number, the host name plus the port. So the problem is that it's the host name and then this must be the port. Which domain name system record should the tech investigate? The SRV, because it's dealing with the host name plus the port. This is a tough one.
What provides additional options, rather than only leases, for host internet protocol IP addresses?
DHCP6. Now, what I don't understand is that if DHCP6 offers like stateless and stateful, I think stateful that does the DNS, does that mean that DHCP6 has quadruple A inside of it? It's a good question. If we had more time, we'd go down that rabbit hole.
A technician creates a host's file on a computer as a short-term fix for systems connectivity. What is the purpose of using this file?
Name is not resolving. Sorry, I should have explained that.
A user requests that a company web host have two different names for the same internet protocol IP address. The user requests jobs.companyname.com and careers.companyname.com. Which domain name system DNS record should the IT tech configure to accomplish this?
Not AAA. Or sorry, quadruple A. That's IPv6. CNAME. Because they're aliases. Yes.
A server administrator configures a network's internal DNS to set the records for all servers. Users mention that one server, in particular, is not reachable by name. What should the administrator investigate first?
Forward lookup, because it should be. Not recursive. Don't be illiterate. Doesn't say reverse. Yeah. And again, it's what he's investigating first, not like how can we make it work, but what's wrong with it and go fix the main problem.
An employee is not able to browse the internet, but can browse local shares without any issue. The company IT engineer discovers that the default gateway is missing in the computer's dynamic network configuration. Which of the following should the engineer configure to resolve the issue?
A scope option. An employee is not able to browse the internet, but can browse local shares without issues. the company IT engineer discovers that the default, there it is, discovers that the default gateway is missing. So that means that the default gateway is not within the scope.
A Windows Active Directory add domain uses companyname.com. An external FTP server uses ftp.companyname.com. Users on the corporate network cannot reach the FTP server when using an FTP prefix. Which of the following should the IT engineer modify to remedy the issue?
Internal DNS zone. Let's double check it. A Windows activation, a Windows Active Directory, an AD domain uses companyname.com. An external FTP server uses ftpcompanyname.com. Users with corporate network cannot reach FTP servers when using FTP. Okay, so it is an internal DNS issue. Okay. Yes.
An engineer configures a sender policy framework (SPF) record to list the server names allowed to send email for a company. Considering domain name system DNS record types, which of the following did the engineer to list the server names?
Ooh. An engineer configures a sender policy framework, an SPF record, to list the server names allowed to send mail for a company. It's not this. Considering the domain name service record types, which of the following did the engineer to list the server names? CNAME? It's not a record. That's IPv4. No, text. Yes. Text is like little add-ons that like DNS records use. I get it, it's confusing. Everything's a record.
A network administrator configures all printers in an organization to be issued specific IP addresses from a DHCP server. What did the administrator configure to accomplish this?
He configured a scope. Scope options. This is starting to make more sense.
A Windows Active Directory add domain uses companyname.com. An external web server uses www.companyname.com. Users on the corporate network cannot reach the web server when using a www prefix. Which of the following should the IT engineer modify to remedy the issue?
Internal. I'd say I'm home free, but these are hard for me.
Users mention that a video conferencing service is not working properly. The service ties to the company domain name for business purposes. Which domain name system DNS record should the tech investigate to resolve the issue?
SRV service records explicitly define the host name and the port number reserved for responsible for services. Critical for things like VoIP, video conferencing, and LDAP that require specific ports. So that means if there's jitter going on, there might be something wrong, or you're not able to pick up your Cisco phone at work and make an internal call. The problem is most likely SRV.
An employee is not able to browse the internet, but can browse local shares without any issue. The company IT engineer discovers that the default gateway is missing in the computer's dynamic network configuration. Which of the following should the engineer configure to resolve the issue?
Because it's not in the scope. Yes. Because the issue was that, but browse local shares without an issue. It's the gateway. The gateway is missing. The gateway IP address was not in the scope. And or it wasn't given, it wasn't automatically given the gateway IP with the scope options that were provided.
A network administrator configures all printers in an organization to be issued specific IP addresses
Again,
from a
scope
DHCP
options.
server. What did the administrator configure to accomplish this?
Starting to understand.
Users mentioned that a video conferencing service is not working properly. The service ties to the company domain
Video
name for business
conferencing is
purposes.
all you need
Which
to
domain
know.
name system DNS record should the tech
That's the
investigate to
keyword.
resolve the issue?
SRV, video conferencing, VoIP, LD, AP, right here. Man, dude, I got wrecked on that one. Okay, so that was 3.4. We got one left. $3.5 right here. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick because now I've drank 2 cups of tea. There you go. Have fun. I'm back. Okay, this is our last subsection, and then we're gonna go over review. We're gonna review the questions that I got wrong in the practice tests. Man, my allergies acting up a little bit. All right, here we go.
What is the role of an API in the context of a jump box in automation?
I have no idea. I barely know what an API is. I know that they're a pain in the butt, and I definitely do not know what a jump box is. Ooh, we are not starting out to a good start.
To serve as an interface for automated scripting, to reduce the need for secure connections, to manually monitor network traffic, to act as a physical firewall.
I think it's this. Ooh. The only reason I picked that is because it was so different from all the others. It was either going to be the throwaway or it was going to be the right answer. So now let's use our good old AI over here. Let's see what we got here. Simplified answer. Give it to me. Tell me the answer.
Simplified answer to serve as an interface for automated scripting, enabling programs to interact with the jump box and perform tasks without manual intervention. Analogy: an API is like a menu in a restaurant. It lists the available dishes functions that automation scripts can order execute without needing to cook manually interact directly. The jump box is the kitchen door, secure but programmable via the menu API. In-depth explanation.
Love
API,
analogies.
application programming interface. In this context, the API allows automation tools, for example scripts, DevOps pipelines, to programmatically connect to the jump box, authenticate, and execute commands on internal systems. This eliminates manual SSH sessions or GUI interactions, streamlining tasks like configuration updates, patching, or monitoring. Jumpbox acts as a secure gateway to a restricted network. Without an API, engineers must manually log into the Jumpbox to manage systems, which is inefficient at scale. Why not the other options? Reduce secure connections. APIs don't eliminate the need for security. They often rely on secure connections, for example, HTTPS, API keys. Manual monitoring. APIs automate monitoring, not manual processes. Physical firewall. APIs are software-based. A jump box itself is not a firewall but a controlled access point. Real-world example or scenario: a DevOps team uses an API to automate server backups through a jump box. The script sends API requests to authenticate, connect to the jump box, and trigger backup commands on internal servers. This avoids requiring engineers to manually SSH into the jump box and run scripts line by line, saving time and reducing human error.
Good. Okay. Isn't it interesting that we do things like this, like jump box or whatever, to reduce human error, but now AI has gotten so sophisticated that we have to have human intervention to reduce AI error. Now, granted, AI is probably going to get better, so that might be reduced, but I think that there will always need to be a level of human intervention to at least watch it go. Kind of like how, like, there's probably someone in the factory that goes and just checks on all of the factory machines to ensure that that everything's correct. Because the factory machines don't know what to do if, like, a belt breaks or something like that. It'll just stop, or maybe there's fail safes, you know what I'm saying? There will be need for that. Now, I guess you could automate that so that way it's a robot that goes in there and walks in there and fixes it. Who knows? But this now makes more sense. The service as an interface and an automate scripting. Got it. APIs are a bitch. They're not fun.
An administrator powers up a new switch and needs to configure it from the command line interface. What kind of cable will the administrator use to connect to the switch's terminal?
Okay, let's think about this. Let's think about this for a second. A console cable is exactly that. It connects to the console using a serial port. Straight through cable connects unlike devices like a switch and a router, or a router and a computer, or something like that. A crossover cable is where it goes to like devices. Switch to switch, router to router, things like that. Unshielded twisted pair cable is like a Cat 3 that is most likely not twisted and unshielded, meaning that the cables inside, like the little wires inside the cable, are not twisted, and because that reduces of interference, and they're not shielded. Some of these shielded cables have like a thin layer, I think it's aluminum, that's in there, and that's why you have some cables that are really kind of like nice and stiff, and they feel really, really good, honestly. Okay, so now that I've defined it, the administrator powers up a new switch and needs to configure it from a command line interface. He needs a console cable. You're welcome. What does a full tunnel VPN configuration do?
allows the client to bypass corporate network security, directly connects the client to the internet using ISP-managed configurations, mediates internet access through the corporate network, requires no client software to operate.
No, not this. This is a no. Mediates internet access through corporate network. Possible. Very strong. Directly connects to the client to the internet using ISP management configuration. I can't immediately throw this one away because I don't know what ISP management configuration is. Allow the client to bypass corporate network security. That is also a hard no. There's no way that it would do that. I'm going to go with mediate internet access through the corporate network. I don't know. It also says full tunnel. Full tunnel makes me insinuate that it's getting a direct connection to the client, to the internet, using whatever this is. Okay. I need to know what that stuff is. So we're going to ask our little friend here. And I need to know why it's not that. Why? Yes, this. What is this?
Direct ISP connection. This describes split tunnel or no tunnel at all. Full tunnel requires traffic to pass through the corporate network.
Okay. In depth. Here we go.
In-depth explanation. Full tunnel. All traffic, both corporate and internet from the client, is routed through the corporate network via the VPN. This ensures compliance with security policies, centralized monitoring, and filtering. Split tunnel contrast. Only corporate-bound traffic uses the VPN. Internet traffic bypasses the corporate network. Why not the other options? Bypass corporate security. Full tunnel does the opposite.
Okay. Give me an analogy and then we'll move on.
Analogy. A full tunnel VPN is like a company requiring all employees to enter the office building. First, before accessing external roads, the internet. Every trip goes through the office security checkpoint, firewall, monitoring.
Okay. I'm trying to make an example of what split tunneling. I understand what split tunneling is. It allows access corporate bound traffic uses the VPN while the normal internet traffic bypasses the corporate network. All right, come on. Go. I can't think of one. I'll come back to it.
Which of the following is also referred to as a router implementation?
A router implementation. Implementation. That's a hard word to say too. It's not going to be full tunnel. Full tunnel's VPN. Tunnel mode, maybe? I don't think it would be transport layer security. Although I could make that make sense because it's a router. Okay. Some of these I have a gentle understanding of, but I can't rationalize why the other ones are wrong. It's important for me to be able, or just in general, like, of course you want the right answer, but you want to know why the other answers are wrong. That's the difference between answering a question and being unsure if it's the right answer or not, and answering a question and knowing without a shadow of a doubt that it's the correct answer. Like when you're doing a test and it has like a flag option, or like you use test taking strategies where like you circle a question because like you're unsure, you're not 100% sure. Like knowing that it's the right answer and knowing why the other ones are not the right answer is the difference between hitting that flag and not hitting that flag.
Analogy tunnel mode is like a secure armored truck router that transports entire packages IP packets between two secure locations networks, while transport mode is like wrapping a single item payload in bubble wrap encryption without altering the delivery truck original IP headers. In-depth explanation. Tunnel mode, used in IPsec to encrypt entire IP packets headers and payload, typically between routers or firewalls. It encapsulates traffic for secure communication between networks, for example site-to-site VPNs, replacing the original IP header with a new one. Transport mode encrypts only the payload, not the original IP header. Used for direct host-to-host communication, for example encrypting traffic between two PCs. Full tunnel, a VPN configuration where all traffic, internet and corporate, is routed through the VPN, but this describes traffic flow, not router implementation. TLS, transport layer security, encrypts data at the application layer, for example HTTPS, unrelated to router-level IPsec tunneling.
Okay, let's get a real-world example, and then we'll be done.
Real-world example or scenario. A company connects two offices via a site-to-site IPsec VPN. The routers at each location use tunnel mode to encrypt all traffic passing between them, ensuring the entire IP packet is protected as it traverses the public internet. Which of the following VPN types involves more than two sites connecting the remote spokes to a headquarters hub by using static tunnels configured between the hub and each spoke?
Okay. It's this. I know it's this because I've had this question so many times, but at the same time, I still have a hard time visualizing this in my mind. Okay, let's see what it has. I'm tired of not being able to understand this.
Simplified answer site-to-site VPN involves connecting multiple remote locations spokes to a central hub via static tunnels, forming a hub and spoke network. Analogy, a site-to-site VPN is like a corporate office hub, setting up dedicated highways, static tunnels to each branch office spoke, ensuring all traffic between branches flows through the main office.
Okay.
In-depth explanation. Site-to-site VPN, used to connect multiple fixed locations, for example HQ plus branch offices over
Okay.
static tunnels.
That makes sense.
Each spoke to hub connection is manually configured, ensuring traffic between remote sites routes through the central hub for security and policy enforcement. Clientless VPN allows access via a web browser without client software, typically for individual users, not multi-site networks. Full tunnel, a client-based VPN mode that routes all traffic, including internet, through the corporate network, but does not inherently involve multiple sites. VNC, virtual network computing, is a remote desktop tool, not a type of network-to-network VPN topology. Real-world example or scenario. A global company configures site-to-site VPNs between its HQ in New York and branch offices in London and Tokyo. Each branch spoke has a static tunnel to HQ hub, ensuring all inter-office communication, for example file sharing, VoIP, is encrypted and monitored by the HQ's firewall.
Okay, makes sense. Now, what do you have to tell me?
The VPN type described, involving more than two sites with remote spokes connecting to a headquarters hub using static tunnels configured between the hub and each spoke, is a site-to-site VPN using a hub and spoke topology. Here's why site-to-site VPN is the correct answer and explanation. Site-to-site VPN, this type of VPN is designed to connect entire networks together, enabling secure communication and resource sharing between geographically separated locations as if they were part of the same private network. Multiple sites. The question explicitly states more than two sites, which is a key characteristic of scenarios where site-to-site VPNs are commonly employed, especially in the context of connecting branch offices to a central headquarters, remote spokes to headquarters hub. This phrase describes a hub and spoke network topology, a common implementation of site-to-site VPNs. In this arrangement, the headquarters acts as the central hub, And each remote site spoke establishes a VPN connection to the hub.static tunnels configured between the hub and each spoke. This indicates that the VPN connections between the hub and each spoke are pre-configured and remain persistently active, forming encrypted tunnels for secure communication. SNMP, or Simple Network Management. A site-to-site VPN connects multiple networks over the internet using encrypted tunnels. When implemented with a hub-and-spoke configuration, where remote sites' spokes connect to a central headquarters hub via static tunnels, it fits the description precisely. This setup allows branches to securely access resources at the main office.
Okay. I know that was kind of overkill, but I'm tired of not understanding this. And now I do understand it. I can visualize it now. I can see why full tunnel might be an answer, because it is a full tunnel, but it's a full tunnel from site to site. When you have a hub and spoke, they're all full tunnel that are all going back to the hub. Clientless allows access via web browser without client software. So it allows you to have web browsing at access via the web browser without the client software. So you don't have to have the client software. You don't have to have software. You just access it through the browser. And then a VPN, our VNC, is remote desktop, which has nothing to do with VPN topology. It's not a topology.
What is the primary purpose of using Secure Shell SSH, or Remote Desktop Protocol RDP, in the context of remote authentication? To encrypt the entire network's data, to start a session over the network,
Yep.
to distribute IP addresses, to serve as the primary database for user credentials.
So that's the right answer, and none of the other ones make sense. To encrypt the entire network's data, you could stretch that to try to make this make sense, because SSH and desktop protocol, remote desktop protocol, are encrypted, and there are protocols in things that are inside of these to make them be encrypted, and all this. Like, there's a lot to that. But that's not what this is. It is to start a remote session. It is to start a session over the network. Okay. To distribute IP addresses, that is DHCP. To serve as a primary database for user credentials, that has nothing to do with any of these things. Remote desktop protocol, and it allows you to control someone else's desktop remotely. It's what a lot of tech people use, but there's also a lot of apps that will do this as well. They're also secure, like TeamViewer. TeamViewer allows someone to control your desktop and remote access in through their application without having to go through remote desktop protocol. I think it's built into Windows, or it's built into something. I can't remember what it is, but this is a remote desktop protocol in it of itself. It's a third-party source. I do this all the time with my mom because I built my mom's computer. She always has issues with it. She wants this application called WebShots. It's from like 1998 or 2006 or something, like something stupid. It's crazy old. It's a RAM eater. It causes all of these issues. It's a horrible, horrible program. It's legacy. It's awful. But like that's what I'm always doing. And you have an ID and you have a password and stuff like that. Anyway, so that's what's going on with that. Let's move on.
What is a virtual out-of-band management method?
What is a virtual out-of-band management method? Ooh.
Using a dedicated management cable, connecting through a console port, using a wireless management interface, using a VLAN to isolate management traffic.
What is a virtual out-of-band management method? So it needs to be virtual. So connecting through console port? No. This one's out. Bad. Using a dedicated management cable? Bad. It's going to be one of these two. It's either going to be a wireless management interface or using a VLAN to isolate management traffic. I took a shot in the dark. I don't know this. There is a newer version. Okay, reload. Wow, 12 seconds. Jesus Christ, this is taking forever. That's crazy to think that 15 seconds to me is like long. Like a microwave minute, you know what I mean? All right, let's learn.
Simplified answer using a VLAN to isolate management traffic creates a logical virtual management network separate from regular data traffic, functioning as a virtual out-of-band solution. Analogy of LAN for management is like a dedicated lane on a highway, the same physical road, reserved only for emergency vehicles management traffic, ensuring they can operate even if the main lanes are congested. In-depth explanation. Out-of-band OOB management traditionally involves a dedicated physical channel, for example console port, management cable, to access and manage devices independently of the primary network. Virtual OOB, achieved by logically isolating management traffic on a separate VLAN or wireless network, sharing physical infrastructure but ensuring management access remains available even if the primary network fails.
That makes a little bit
Why
more
not the
sense.
other options? Dedicated management cable console port, physical OOB methods, not virtual.
Yep.
Wireless management interface. While wireless is a separate medium, it's not inherently a virtual method unless paired with a VLAN or other logical segmentation. VLAN for management. This is the correct answer. It creates a virtual, isolated network for management without requiring a separate physical connection. Real-world example or scenario. A network administrator configures a management VLAN, for example, VLAN 99, on all switches and routers. Even
Yes.
if the main VLAN, for example, VLAN 1 experiences a failure, the admin can still
Yes, I've
access
done that in
devices
packet
via the
tracers.
management VLAN using SSH or SNMP, as it's logically separated but shares the same physical links.
Okay. That's making sense.
What method allows for the use of a dynamic mesh topology between multiple remote sites, effectively setting up direct VPNs, rather than the remote sites having to route traffic via the hub?
Okay. Rather than the remote sites having to route traffic via the hub. So it's not going to be site-to-site VPN. What method allows the user to use a dynamic mesh topology? It's not going to be clientless VPN. That means that they're able to bypass. Oh, no. They don't need software. They can just use the web browser. Wait. Well, no, this is asking about a topology. Dynamic point of view VPN. This has to be generic routing encapsulation, right? Dynamic multi. Which method allows for the use of dynamic mesh topology between multiple remote sites, effectively setting up a direct VPN? It's okay. Effectively setting up a remote or setting up a direct VPN. This has to be a dynamic multi-view, multi-point VPN. I know what VPN is. Multi-point. So we have multiple remote sites, and it's dynamic, meaning that it doesn't need to go to the hub. This is how I've rationalized it. Let's see if I'm right. I am. Generic route encapsulation is a protocol.
In a client-to-site VPN configuration, which method allows the client to access the internet directly using its ISP-managed IP configuration, routers, and DNS servers?
In a client-to-site VPN. Oh, okay. That's why it says site-to-site. Site-to-site is like location to location, like the hub and spoke. We have the hub, we have the headquarters, and then so like music and arts headquarters is in. It's not. We'll just say it's in Houston, and then music and arts has a location in Austin. So that's the hub and spoke. That's site-to-site. Client to site would be like me. I work for music and arts, and I'm trying to get to the site. I'm trying to log in. Configuration. Which method allows the client to access the internet directly using the ISP management IP configuration route and DNS server to access the internet directly. I'm so close. I'm so close. Which method allows the client to access the internet directly using an ISP management IP configuration? Split tunnel? Because it's allowing the client to access the internet directly using the internet service provider management IP configuration. A split tunnel. Yes. Yes. Okay.
What solution uses a protocol called WebSockets that enables bidirectional messages to be sent between the server and client without requiring the overhead of separate HTTP requests?
Okay, okay. This one's really important. It's my last one to get a 100%. Okay. What solution uses a protocol called WebSockets? And I'm weak with WebSockets, so regardless, we're going to look at this question after I've answered it. That enables bidirectional messages to be sent between the server and the client without requesting the overhead of separate HTTP requests. A clientless VPN means that it doesn't need the software, it just needs to access the web browser. Virtual network computing, I'm not sure. Split tunneling is where we have a client, and there's two things. One, it allows them to access the internal network directly, like to the company, but then there's another tunnel that allows them to access the normal internet outside of the network. Full tunneling is just a direct connection to it. So what is this asking? This is asking something that's using WebSockets that enables bidirectional messages to be sent between the server and the client. I honestly have no idea. It's because I don't know what WebSockets are. Bidirectional mean messages are going back and forth to be sent between the server and the client. Okay. Here's my shot in the dark, and here's why I'm picking it. Because it's the only one that's not a VPN. This one's a clientless VPN, split VPN, full tunnel VPN. This is the only one that's different. So either this is the throwaway, or it's the right answer. Also, VPNs are not usually referred to as between the server and the client. Dang it, dude. Dang it. Dang it. Okay, let's see what this has to say.
Clientless VPN requires a client apple that implements the protocols and authentication methods by the remote desktop VPN gateway.
Dang, what is this?
Virtual Network Computing VNC allows a site to operate a remote desktop gateway that facilitates access to virtual desktops or individual apps running on the network servers.
Okay, that makes sense.
Restate the question. What solution uses a protocol called WebSockets that enables bidirectional messages to be sent between the server and client without requiring the overhead of separate HTTP requests? Simplified answer. Clientless VPN uses WebSockets to enable bidirectional communication between the client, browser, and server,
See, if I would have known what WebSockets are and what uses them, I would have got it right. But I didn't know that.
avoiding the need for repeated HTTP requests. Analogy: WebSockets in a clientless VPN are like a walkie-talkie conversation. Both parties can talk and listen simultaneously without pressing send each time. Unlike a walkie-talkie that requires pressing a button for each message, HTTP requests. In-depth explanation. Clientless VPN operates over SSL, TLS, for example HTTPS, and uses WebSockets to maintain a persistent bidirectional connection between the browser client and the VPN gateway. This allows real-time data exchange, for example remote desktop streaming, file transfers, without the overhead of opening and closing HTTP connections repeatedly. VNC, virtual network computing, uses the RFB remote frame buffer protocol, not WebSockets, for remote desktop access. Split tunnel, full tunnel. Describe traffic routing behavior in VPNs, which traffic goes through the tunnel, but don't define the communication protocol, for example WebSockets versus RFB versus IPSC. Real-world example or scenario: a user accesses a clientless SSL VPN via a web browser to remotely control their office workstation. The VPN gateway uses WebSockets to stream desktop updates in real time and receive keystrokes, mouse inputs without needing new HTTP requests for each action, reducing latency and improving responsiveness.
Okay, so what's a WebSocket? Whoops, I meant web. See if it'll figure it out. Web.
WebSockets are a communications protocol enabling two-way interactive communication sessions between a user's browser or other client and a server. This is a significant departure from the traditional HTTP request-response model, where the client sends a request and waits for a response, and then the connection closes. WebSockets allow both the client and the server to send messages at any time, as long as the connection remains open. This makes WebSockets ideal for applications requiring real-time updates and interactions, such as chat applications, online gaming, and collaborative editing tools.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. That's cool. So that means it would be way harder, but that's how Google must work. That explains how gaming works. And that explains why the cloud services and the collaboration work doesn't work with Adobe. Like, we can't have the same Photoshop on and like we can be working on it together. That would be next level if Adobe did that. Okay. Only one I missed.
What solution uses a protocol called WebSockets that enables bidirectional messages to be sent between the server and client without requiring the overhead of separate HTTP requests?
So there's actually three things that make this the answer. WebSockets, because this is the only one that uses WebSockets. Okay. Bidirectional, only one that uses bidirectional. And separate, without requesting separate HTTP requests. It's going to do it one more time. It's the same exact question. I only got one wrong. Dang it. Okay, let's review test questions. Yesterday we looked at this. We went all the way to 41. Okay. Today we're gonna go to we're gonna try to get to 87. Okay, we're gonna try to get to 87. We're definitely gonna make it to 60. Okay. So these were difficult. Like I don't know how to study these because it's not giving me the scenario again. Like, it kind of pops up and then it goes away. And I don't know how to get... Okay, go away. I don't know how to get the scenario back. And that really sucks because I did awful on this one. I did awful because I didn't fully understand it. But now I think I understand. Resource record, which I understand what a resource record is now. Name, value. So this is all one thing. So these should have all been linked up. I was like, well, I don't understand. It's because there wasn't a line in between. I just was doing bad. So I feel like I would do much better if I took this again, but I really wish I had the scenario to go along with it. Anyway, let's we'll start with 42. Here we go.
There are two ways a network administrator can manage network appliances on the network. One of the options is more secure and requires the administrator to physically go to the device and connect to it with a console cable. The second option allows the administrator to manage the appliance remotely but is less secure and will only work if the network is up. What are the two management options described here?
Okay, so I thought it was SSH because I know that SSH allows you to remote in to a console. Let's find out why it's not SSH.
In-band versus out-of-band management is correct because it refers to managed and unmanaged network appliances. An appliance that is managed can be managed via a console port, aux port, or management port. Device management can be done in-band, over a link that shares traffic with other communications on the network, or out-of-band over a console cable. SH Secure Shell is a secure way to connect remotely to a network appliance for in-band management.
So the question was, one of the options is more secure. Wait, no, sorry. There are two ways a network administrator can manage network appliances in the network. So it's asking for the two ways. So this is only one way. Split tunnel and full tunnel is VPN. Authentication considerations. I don't know what that is. That has nothing to do with anything.
In-band versus out-of-band management is correct because it refers to managed and unmanaged network appliances. An appliance that is authentication and authorization considerations are important when giving privileges to network administrators, but are not methods of network appliance management.
Okay.
Additional learning.
So that's why. So SSH is what's used for in-band, but it wasn't asking for one. It was asking for both. So what is the correct way? In-band and out-of-band. Got it. Next one, 43. What is the primary goal of infrastructure as code?
What is the primary goal of infrastructure as code?
Okay, this makes me mad because nowhere in any of the reviews, in any of my studying, has the term snowflake systems ever come up. They have never, ever come up. And that frustrates me. Oh, whoops.
The primary goal of IAC is to eliminate snowflake systems, which are unique configurations that drift from the standard due to manual changes or updates. By using IAC, organizations can ensure consistent and repeatable environments, reducing the risk of security and stability issues.
Okay, well, guess what? We're gonna use our buddy over here. And he's going to make sure that I understand this. Look, I'm a teacher, and I'm going to let you know right now. AI will replace teachers. It will. It's inevitable. It will happen. They will be called facilitators. Okay, I want the analogy. And I want this. And I want the real world option.
Analogy IAC is like using a blueprint to build identical houses on a street instead of letting each builder customize their own house, ensuring no two home systems are unique snowflakes. In-depth explanation. Infrastructure as code IAC automates infrastructure provisioning using machine-readable configuration files, for example, Terraform CloudFormation.
So this has to do...
Eliminate snowflake systems. Snowflake systems are manually configured, unique, and fragile. IAC replaces ad hoc setups with repeatable, version-controlled templates, ensuring consistency and reproducibility.
So that's why it's called Snowflake. It's not called Snowflake because they're weak. It's called Snowflake because they're unique.
Other options. Reduce cloud costs. IAC can optimize resource usage, but this is a secondary benefit, not the primary goal. Increase physical security. IAC operates in software and has no direct impact on physical data center security. Manual configuration, IAC automates this entirely, making it the opposite of the goal. Real-world example or scenario. A DevOps team uses Terraform scripts to deploy identical development, staging, and production environments in the cloud. This ensures no environment is a snowflake with unique settings, making troubleshooting, scaling, and disaster recovery predictable and efficient.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. So what's the primary goal of infrastructure as code is to eliminate snowflake systems. Okay. I got this one right.
A service provider is negotiating a service level agreement, SLA, with a client involving the repair of broken server nodes when failure occurs. The service provider mentions a prior contract that included about 20 billable hours a month, which involved the repair of about 5 servers a month. What is the MTTR mean time to repair for this scenario?
Mean time to repair is because I didn't know. I knew what the formula was, but like I had never done the formula. You know, knowing and doing are two different things.
Mean time to repair, MTTR, is the average time taken for a device or component to be repaired, replaced, or otherwise recovered from a failure. MTTR is calculated by dividing the total number of hours by the total number of repairs.
Total number of hours by the total number of repairs. So 20 hours involve repair for about 5 services a month. Servers a month. Okay. So I was correct. Hours divided by the time. Or, sorry, the time divided by the thing. Wow, I even had to make sure I did my math right, too. Oh, no, that was the only one that was divided. Okay, we're good. 46.
Why are permanent cables run through conduit in a fiber optic cabling installation?
To protect cables from physical damage and environment factors.
Running permanent cables through conduit is a standard practice in fiber optic cabling installations to protect the cables from physical damage, such as being cut or crushed, and from environmental factors like moisture or chemical exposure. Fiber optic cables are delicate and can be damaged by bending, pulling, or external pressures, so protecting them is crucial to maintain the integrity of the network.
Okay, my question. What does it mean by conduit? Like a channel or conveyant water fluid. Yeah, 11 types of electrical conduits. EMT, IMC, RM. Okay, so just the different types of piping. I was just making sure that there wasn't. Now, my thing is like, why is this not used in like homes? Or maybe my home's just so old that it doesn't have it. Okay, that makes sense. To protect the cable from physical damage and environmental factors. The next one is 49.
What is the standard width for network appliances and server hardware designed for rack mounting?
See, this also makes me upset too, because in the study guide, in all of its study questions, it never once gave me the actual dimensions. It just told me that's measured in units. So, what's going on with this?
Network appliances and server hardware designed for rack mounting adhere to the EIA standard width of 19 inches, 48.26 centimeters. This standardization allows for compatibility and efficient use of space within the racks. 10 inches, 25.4 centimeters, C 24 inches, 60.96 centimeters, 2 centimeters are incorrect because they do not match the EIA standard width for rack-mounted equipment, which is 19 inches, 48.26 centimeters.
What an odd number. Like 19, isn't 19 prime? Like, it's a prime number, and usually when something is like not a good number in inches. It's a better number in centimeters. Like it'll be whole like 50 or 10 or something, but it's not 19 inches. Interesting. They're also known as units, I'm pretty sure. 19 inches. Fit the rack. 1 rack unit equals. Whoa, hold on. The standard width. Oh, the standard width of the network appliances and serve hardware design for the rack is 19 inches. This is commonly known as the 19-inch rack standard. So that's how wide it is. 19 inch. Interesting. These pieces of equipment are designed blah blah. While rack unit is 19 inches, the exterior width of the standard rack is typically 24 inches. While the mounting width is 19 inches, the exterior width. So that means the inside is 19, the outside is 24. Wider options like 29.5 are also available, often referred to as wide racks, and are used for specific thermal requirements or when extensive cabling management is needed. The height of the rack mounted equipment and the racks themselves is measured in rack units, or RU. The racks themselves. Okay. So the equipment is 19 inches. Hole to hole, outside to outside hole is 18. Inside to inside's this. But then from here to here is 24 inches. Oh, that's the depth. $16 units, 24, 42, 48. Wow. Okay. Went a little overkill with that, but now I understand. Next is 53.
What allows fine-grained control over traffic parameters?
Traffic parameters.
Quality of service QoS allows fine-grained control over traffic parameters. Protocols such as multi-protocol label switching MPLS provides QoS. MPLS can reserve the required bandwidth and predetermine statistics when configuring the link.
Okay, that might make more sense. I mean, it makes sense, but I think that's also in like number 4 and 5. Class of service. No, it's not that. What is class of service? Let's just finish it out and then we'll move on.
Class of service COS categorize protocols into groups that require different service levels and provide a tagging mechanism to identify a frame or packet class. The differentiated services diffserv framework classifies each packet passing through a device. Router policies can then be defined to use the packet classification to prioritize delivery. Traffic shaping enables administrators to closely monitor network traffic and to manage that network traffic.
Okay. 54.
A network architect is looking for topologies where each node is wired to its neighbor in a closed loop. Which of the following topologies should they use when connecting and replacing a DSL modem with a layer 2?
Why in the world would I say star? It didn't say anything about something being in the center.
A mesh topology is commonly used in WANs. In theory, a mesh network requires that each device has a point-to-point link with...
Why did it put the mesh as this when the correct answer was star? Or when the correct answer is... That's weird. Usually the correct answer is the very first one.
In a physical ring topology, each node is wired to its neighbor. A node receives a transmission from its upstream neighbor and passes it to its downstream neighbor.
Okay. And then a spinning tree helps with that, I believe. No, we're... Wait, what number are we on? Oh, that was 54. Okay, got it. That was a dumb one. I should have got that one right.
What is the first step in diagnosing VLAN assignment issues using ping?
Ping the loopback address and then host own IP address. I said ping another host on the same VLAN subnet. I mean, that's going to help, but that's not going to be the first step.
Pinging the loopback address and then the host's own IP address is the first step to verify that TCP IP is functioning correctly and the host's IP configuration is appropriate. Pinging the default gateway is a subsequent step after verifying the host's own network stack is operational. Pinging a remote host is done to test external connectivity after ensuring local configuration is correct. Pinging another host on the same VLAN is a later step to verify local network communication.
I picked the latest step. Okay, so that makes sense. The first step of diagnosing a VLAN assignment issue using ping is going to be pinging the loopback address, making sure that you can, like, it loops back, and then the host's own IP address that it can ping itself, which is basically a loopback, if I understand it correctly. 57.
A wireless AP access point, located on a table in the middle of a small office area, is not producing a strong enough signal for users on the outer perimeter for higher data rates. Which of the following options is the most likely reason for this issue?
Okay, my problem with this is that I obviously did not see in the middle of a small office area. I thought that it was getting bad performance because it was like off to the distance, like it's in the wrong place, but it was in the right place. And since it was in the right place, that means the only other problem has to be the wrong antenna type, because wrong frequency would mean that it would not be working, and wrong SSID would mean that would not be working at all. But it's showing that it is working. It's just not producing a strong signal. So it must be a wrong antenna type. Let's see what it says.
Antennas transmit signals in different ways. For example, an access point AP designed for ceiling mounting may produce a stronger signal in a cone directed downwards. The office should install an AP with an outward omnidirectional path with a stronger signal.
Makes sense to me. Now, I thought that this was Kerberos. Let's find out why it's not.
A network administrator wants to authenticate server machines using Transport Layer Security (TLS). What can the administrator implement on the servers to validate the server's identity and establish a secure transmission channel?
So server's identity is why I thought that it was going to be Kerberos, because that usually makes me think that it's dealing with the password or passcode, when in reality we're dealing with certificates.
Digital certificates authenticate server machines when using Transport Layer Security (TLS). An administrator installs the certificates on a web or email server to validate its identity and establish a secure transmission channel.
Oh, wow. It even tells me how long it took me on each question. Interesting. I don't really understand this. And I wish it told me. Oh, topic 4. So this might make more sense tomorrow after we go over topic 4. This is another topic 4. We'll still read it and go through it.
Which of the following best describes the concept of VLAN hopping?
And the answer is secure vulnerability that allows traffic to bypass VLAN segregation. Tomorrow when we go over 4.0 network security, these are going to
VLAN hopping is a security exploit that enables an attacker to send traffic from one VLAN to another, bypassing the logical segregation enforced by VLANs. This can compromise network security by allowing unauthorized access to sensitive segments of the network.
Okay, 61.
A sysadmin is investigating alerts that say ICMP time exceeded error messages. What should the sysadmin investigate first?
Routing loop. This will also make more sense on Friday when we go over the 5.0 network troubleshooting. That one's going to be a long one, boys. That one's going to be a long one. Routing loops.
A routing loop occurs when two routers use one another as the path to a network. Packets are caught in a routing loop circle around until the TTL expires. One symptom of a potential routing loop is for routers to generate ICMP time exceeded error messages.
Okay. Again, I'm not going super far in depth with these because we're going to go far in depth with them later. Now this one I got correct and I want to know why. And it was one that we did today because it's 3.0.
What is the primary purpose of a jump box in a network?
Okay, so a jump box is like the door. We learned this. There's something, I can't remember what it is. Oh, the API uses the jump box as a door in order to make it secure. To serve as a single administrator server. Yes, that makes sense.
A jump box serves as a single administration server, or jump host server, added to the secure zone to simplify and secure administrative access to servers and appliances exposed to the internet. It centralizes administrative tasks, reducing complexity and enhancing security by limiting access points.
So to serve as a single administrator server. Got it. Makes sense.
A user remotely connects to a company firewall to gain network access while traveling. What security measure does a Radius server provide for the connection? An authentication, authorization, and accounting AAA device provides object identification, relevant permissions, and then creates an audit trail. AAA can be deployed by using a Radius remote authentication dial and user service server.
It's not going to be client to service VPN. That doesn't make any sense. Proxy doesn't make any sense either. Proxy is like an in-between between someone like a client trying to talk to the boss or the boss trying to talk to the client or just the people in general. Load balancer. Why is it not load balancer?
A load balancer distributes client requests across available systems, like server nodes in a farm or pool. Clients use the single name IP address of the load balancer to connect to the servers in the farm.
Okay. A user remotely connects to a company's firewall to gain network access while traveling. What secure measures does a radius server provide for the connection? A AAA, authentication, authorization, and accounting. I guessed. I didn't know what this was
until today. A network
until
architect reviews the statistics associated with a device in the management information base and reviews each of the stored parameters. What are the individual numeric parameters named?
OIDs, OIDs. OIDs are inside the MIS. Yes. They're inside something. I'm pretty sure it's MIS. No, MIB. I was close. I was like, services. That doesn't make any sense.
This agent maintains a database called a Management Information Base, MIB, that holds statistics relating to the device's activity, such as the number of frames per second handled by a switch. Each parameter stored in a MIB is referred to by a numeric object identifier, OID. Tree structures store OIDs. Encapsulation is the frame format expected on the interface. Encapsulation errors will prevent transmission and reception.
So it's not memory. So the network architecture reviews the
architect reviews the statistics associated
with the device in the management information base, the MIB, and reviews each and then stores its parameters. Where does it store these parameters? In the OIDs. It's not going to be link state. It's not going to be memory. That's trick. That actually means like RAM. That's what it's referring to. Okay. Encapsulation issues has nothing to do. That's the throwaway. All right. 67. Did I do 65? I did not. I did not do 65. Let's do 65 real quick.
A network engineer is troubleshooting a problem where a server cannot communicate with remote servers outside of its network. The engineer verifies that the server can ping its loopback address, its own IP address, and the default gateway without any issues. However, attempts to ping remote servers time out. The engineer suspects a routing issue. What should the network engineer check first to diagnose the problem?
The routing table on the router for any incorrect or missing routes. My understanding of this has gotten a lot stronger. I understand why that's the answer. The service firewall setting for any rules blocking ICMP packets. ICMP is something that I still have a gentle understanding of. I don't fully understand what that is. So it's hard for me to rule that out. The IP address configuration on the remote server. What's the issue again? However, when he attempts to ping the remote server's timeout. No, I would not check the IP configuration on the remote servers, because if I'm trying to ping the remote servers and it times out, chances are it's the machine that I'm on, not the remote servers. So I can cross that one out. The physical network connections between the server and the router. The engineer verifies that the server can ping its loopback. So if it can ping its loopback, that means its physical is totally fine. I can roll that one out too. I understand why this is the answer, but I cannot rationalize why this is not the answer, because I don't know what this is, or I don't know enough of that yet. Okay, and I did 63, right? Yeah. And then we did 66. We understand that one. All right, 67. This is another one that we did today.
Network engineer monitors the network and follows information packets as they move through the network from hosts to endpoints. What is the engineer observing?
I understand what this is now. It's not traffic logs. He's observing the sending and receiving of traffic. Not speed or duplex. It's not traps. That has to do with like packet sniffing and things like that. Traffic logs. What is traffic logs?
Traffic logs record statistics for computing, storage, and network resources over a defined period.
Okay. This is it. So the engineer is monitoring the network and follows information packets as they move through the network host endpoints. Through the network from host endpoints is the key point here, because it's going through both endpoints, sending and receiving. Okay, makes sense. 68. This is another one that I should be able to get. I should be able to just understand it.
System has a network of graphic processing units, GPU as computing nodes, organized into a cluster for statistical analysis. During installation, the service providers installing the nodes are negotiating a service level agreement, SLA, with management. The team establishes baselines and calculates key performance metrics, KPI, by using the calculation 48 hours to determine one of the metrics. Which of the following KPI protocols did the service providers use to determine the metric?
Okay, so I did an educated guess. So if you're just now joining the stream, we're going over all flagged and or all wrong questions of my practice test. So the reason I did this is because it had failure in there. I was stuck between mean time to repair and mean time before failure, and I picked this one, but I didn't feel strong enough that that's what it was. Now I fully understand that that's exactly what it is, because it measures the 48 hours multiplied by 62 nodes divided by 2 failures, which is going to determine the metric. So that's going to be the mean time between failures, the hours and the nodes. Because the formula for mean time between failures is bigger than what it actually gives. It says that the time that it was up divided by how many failures. But you need to know the cluster, the group. And it all has, another thing it doesn't say too is that it needs to be all the same. So if I have a room full of different hardware, I can, but I'm not going to want to add all of those hours together, because all that hardware is different. I'm going to want to group together all of the workstations, all of the Chromebooks. So it's going to be the Chromebooks and the hours multiplied together, divided by how many failures in the group that I have. All right. 69. Let's see what's going on.
A network consultant is conducting a test to determine the amount of data transferred through a connection over a given period. What is the consultant testing?
Okay. Again, I felt pretty strong about this, but it's because I didn't understand at the time. I didn't understand baseline, and I didn't understand NetFlow data or audits. I still don't fully understand NetFlow data. I know what NetFlow is, but I don't know if NetFlow data is something different. So the network consultant is conducting a test determining the amount of data transfer. Since it said data transfer, I went with bandwidth because that made the most sense. Through the connection over a given period of time. I didn't go with audit is because he's conducting a test. He's not gathering logs. That's why I went with it. I now know what a baseline is. I know what an audit logs are, and I know what bandwidth is. The only reason why I would still maybe mark this as a flag is because I can't affirmingly say that I know what a NetFlow data is. You have to know what every single answer choice is to be able to affirmatively say that this is the answer. Otherwise, you're just making an educated guess.
A network consultant is doing IT contingency planning and is trying to identify likely points of failure for the network. Which of the following would the consultant identify as single points of failure in need of upgrades for added redundancy?
Okay.
Select 2.
There is a single power. Oh, this one was easy. There is a single power supply for critical servers. So he wants, it's wanting us to identify single points of failure in need of upgrade. So one of the needs of upgrade is that there is only one single power supply for the critical server. That's bad. That's real bad. Okay. Number 2, there is a lack of load balancing on the device. How do I know that? The network consultant is doing IT oh my god, dude, I can tell I've been doing this for a long time. I'm having a hard time.
Contingency
planning and is trying to identify likely points of it. Which of the following consulting okay, so there's no evidence in the question that this is a fact. Backup power generator is available on site. That tells me if that is true, then that is not a point of failure because there's a backup. Yo, what's up, Black Mage? Coming at the end of the stream. We're just about over. Have just a few more questions to go over. Okay, the main server is set up for the full backup operations. Backup operations means that it is not a failure. It's a redundancy, which leads these to be the thing. I must have felt very very unconfident. Again, when we go over 5.0 network troubleshooting, we will go over more of this stuff in depth. Okay, so that's what's going on with this stuff. We're going to have what it says, and then we'll move forward.
Any critical servers, nodes, or other critical network components should have redundant power supplies. A single power supply to a critical component is a single point of failure, which should be avoided. Load balancing devices should be used in any critical network. Backup generators are a good way to implement redundancy. If one is available, then this is good and does not need to be addressed by the consultant.
Nice. What concert did you go see? Don't tell me it was some J-pop concert or K-pop concert. Don't be one of those. No, I'm just giving you crap. Okay, let's see here.
A network technician attempts to set up the configuration to help prevent dropped packets, delay, or jitter for voice communications. What ensures that audio and video are free from these issues?
Okay, I now know that this is quality of service. SIP. What is SIP? How come I don't remember what that is?
The Session Initiation Protocol SIP is one of the most widely used session control protocols. SIP endpoints are the end-user devices, such as IP-enabled handsets or client and server web conference software. Each device, conference, or
telephony? Does that really say telephony user? ADO, technically J-pop, but it's more punk and rock. There you go. There you go.
Telephony user is assigned a unique SIP address known as a SIP Uniform Resource Indicator, URI.
I don't know what SIP is. And we just went over that. I feel like that wasn't even a thing in any of the stuff. But it is very clear that this is it. We might need to look into this a little bit more. A session initiation protocol is one of the most widely used common control protocols. SIP, not simp. SIP. Endpoints are the end user devices such as IP-enabled headsets. Okay. Clients or service web conference software. Okay, that makes sense. So the network technician attempts to set up a configuration to help prevent dropped packets, delay, and jitter for the voice. So maybe I did know what this is and I forgot what it is. It makes sense why this could be. It makes sense why this is an answer choice. But what he's talking about is quality of service. This is the session control protocol. And that's not going to help set up for prevention. That's just the protocol. That's what it's using. Well, did you have fun at your concert, Black Mage? Did you have fun? 74.
Security analyst is setting up detections to look for unauthorized domain transfers from their external-facing DNS servers. Which of the following ports should they monitor?
Oh, buddy. Port numbers. Oh, I suck at port numbers so much. A security analyst is setting up a distinction unauthorized domain transfers from their extending factors DNS server. So this is TCP 53 and 54. And it's actually UDP 53. This is wrong.
Some DNS servers are also configured to allow connections over TCP port 53, as this allows larger record transfers over 512 bytes. A DNS server is usually configured to listen for queries on UDP port 53, but zone transfers are over TCP because of the large size.
Every Google search and AI search says that it's all under UDP. CompTIA, which is the CompTIA test, so I'm going to trust that, says that it is UDP port 453 that does this, that listens, but transfers are over TCP. Interesting. They got a video of the whole line. Oh, that's neat. I'll be the promo videos, the stuff filmed either on Twitter or YouTube. Sweet. That sounds like it'll be cool. I'll have to go check it out. Okay, we're moving past it because we've talked about this. 512 bytes. 1 plus 2 is 3, so that makes 53. That's our anchor in order to memorize these points, our ports. Oh, see. Okay, here we go.
A company plans a network run to a warehouse behind its main office building. The distance is short, and to save money, the IT engineer suggests using a specific type of fiber cabling. Which cable type would the engineer most likely recommend implementing based on the given criteria?
Okay, so the company plans a network run from one warehouse to its main office building. So it's going from one spot to another spot, and they're trying to run a line. Okay? The distance is short, and they want to save money. Therefore, they're going to use multi-mode. Multi-mode is up to about 500 meters or so. It can go up to 1 to 2K if they use fast multi-mode. However, multi-mode is significantly cheaper than single-mode fiber. Cat 8 and Cat 7 cables are copper, and they're usually twisted shielded. Okay? And I bet if we read this, it'll tell us that exact same thing.
Multi-mode fiber is inexpensive to deploy compared to single-mode fiber.
Yep.
As such, it does not support long distances as single-mode and is more suitable for local area networks LANs than wide area networks WANs.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Single-mode cables can transport up to 10 gigabytes or better, and cable runs many kilometers, depending on the quality of the cable. Yeah, single mode is basically, it starts at 5 kilometers and it goes all the way up to like 80 kilometers. Like, it's crazy. That's crazy. Let's get a reference. 80 km in miles. That's basically 50 miles. That's crazy. Let's say, what is Houston to San Antonio? 50 miles. 200 miles basically. So you would need 4 of those cables to make it from Houston to San Antonio. That's crazy. What about Houston to Galveston? Wow, that's crazy. So essentially, from Houston to Galveston, you could get a single mode fiber cable to go. That's crazy. Okay, here we go. 58. What describes what happens when traffic is recirculated and amplified by loops when the switching topology? It's a broadcast storm. We'll go over that more on Friday.
What is the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS? A standard for protecting payment card information.
I have no idea. I 100% guessed on that. There's no way I knew that. We'll go over that tomorrow. I also don't think that is in any of the stuff either.
A network administrator is unable to access files on a remote system. A network firewall seems to be blocking traffic from passing through. Which of the following will the administrator most likely need to reconfigure for inbound and outbound traffic? Select 2.
TCP port 20 makes sense. But the TFTP traffic, that's different.
Trivial File Transfer Protocol, TFTP, is a file transfer service which is a connectionless protocol running over UDP port 69. It is suitable for transferring small files.
Oh, Trivial File Transfer Protocol. FTP, File Transfer Protocol. The trivial, I do know what that is. A network administrator is unable to access files on a remote system. A network firewall system to be blocked traffic from passing through. Which of the following will the admin most likely need to reconfigure for inbound and outbound traffic? Trivial, okay. Because it's suitable for transferring small files. And then TCP, file transfer protocol, runs over port 20. Okay. I understand why I got this wrong now. This is one. We did this on Monday.
A consumer configures a new wireless router at home and only configures the 5 GHz band. Which wireless standard only works with this band?
Okay, so the 802.11, which is Wi-Fi, the 802.11b is 5G. It's the first frequency that's 5G that was ever created. It's really, really old, and it's only 5G. However, it only goes up. It's very, very slow, even though it's 5G. Okay? 802.11g is legacy. This was Wi-Fi 4, I believe. And then N is configured for 2.4 and 5. AC is only broadcasts over the 5G. Now, it doesn't say this, but AC also also has 2.4 inside of it. So the way you get it to work is that you have to actually go in there and you have to disable the 5G broadcast for X amount of time. So like I have the Eros, and I literally used to have to go in there and say disable 5G for the next 5 minutes. So that way it would only broadcast out a 2.4.
The 802.11 AC standard continues the development of 802.11 technologies. Main distinction is that 802.11 AC works only in the 5 GHz band.
Yes. And now we are on 8X, which is Wi-Fi 7, I believe. Okay, cool. Next one. I selected the exact wrong one.
Security team is reviewing the authentication controls on the corporate network. Which of the following is an important reason for the team to implement role-based access and least privilege? Select 2.
Okay. To apply micro-segmentation to systems, to establish checks and balances against internal threats, to give rights to users implicitly. I can't believe I chose that. That's so obviously wrong. That's just, I'm just gonna give rights no matter what. That has nothing to do with role-based access. To grant access sufficient rights to perform their jobs. No, that sounds like an employee complaint, like a teacher being like, I can't believe they won't let me be able to download things onto my computer. I need that to do my job. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Gonna go back to music for the rest of my trip now. Bye-bye. Okay, bye. I'm glad you came in. Thanks for checking in on me. Have fun. Be safe. Okay.
After troubleshooting intermittent network connectivity issues with a user, the results of an IP-config show different network settings than the enterprise uses. What could be the cause of this issue?
The result of an IP config show different network settings. Oh, okay. I was uncertain if it was like a DHCP server was scope was exhausted, or if it was a rogue thing. I picked rogue because the results were different. If the results were different, it's probably a rogue. And if it's rogue, then it's exhausting. That could be exhausting, but not necessarily. Okay. We're going to go over that more tomorrow. Here's the last one.
What is the primary security benefit of implementing MAC filtering on a switch?
To ensure only authorized devices can connect to specific ports. I also took a little bit of a shot in the dark in this one. I knew that it wasn't this. Speed of networks, encrypting data. We'll go over more of this tomorrow because it's 4.0. Okay. So that's it. That's the end of the stream. Yeah. Let's go to main activity. No, this is fine. Okay. So tomorrow we're going to go over 4.0. Wow, what? How did it expire? That was weird. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to go over 4. That's the one that I did the second best on. I kind of tied for 3. And we're going to work on that stuff. I'm going to stream Donkey Kong Bonanza more. I just don't know when. Maybe Saturday, maybe Sunday. But definitely not today, tomorrow, or Friday. So just kind of be on the lookout of that, and I'll fix my upcoming streams or whatever, so that way it reflects that kind of stuff. If you enjoyed the stream, drop it a like, share it, give it with somebody, something like that. I don't know, share, tell a friend. Like, subscribe, all that different stuff. If there's certain things that you want me to go in depth with, let me know. I try my hardest to listen to the chat. There's not a lot of chatters. That's totally fine. But if there's certain questions or certain things that you don't understand, I am more than willing to go in depth with it to make sure that it is fully understood. So, yeah, that's what's going on with everything. Be on the lookout. Follow me. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I am out of here. I'm starving. I'm going to go eat something. Makale Checo.